emerging. Your boy emerging.
My words surfacing, nigga, I got a different purpose. Different purpose. My words surfacing, nigga, I got a different purpose.
I started with $1 in a dream, yeah. I made plays, had to squat up with my team, yeah.
We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing. And to understand it, there's 200 years of history you're going to have to look at. 1400 to 1600. It's the major turning point in world history. At the end of these 200 years, the world would never, ever be the same again. Europe had come out of its bag. It had rescued itself at our expense. It had learned longitude and latitude again. Had learned how to handle ships. They had, in their search for Asia and the spices and the sweets of Asia, they had discovered Africa en route, the greater prize. We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing.
Big guy, I got the game in the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch stop. Black guy, reppin' the team, reppin' the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Big guy, I got the game in the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch stop. Black guy, reppin' the team, reppin' the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Yeah. It's been a hell of a run. I done bagged all of the women I wanted to bag. I probably should slow down and settle with one. Probably should hit up my mama and tell her my problem. She always wanna pray for her son. Tell her I got it, there's nothing your God could do for me. I feel much more safe with a gun. Look what I've done, just look at what I've become. They thought I was stuck in the mud, I done came up. They gotta pay like I weigh, I made them double the funds. Niggas be hating, probably cause they wifey like me and she wanna give me the buns. She got a friend, told her that she can come too because 2 heads is better than 1. My competition is none.
You see now, you done fucked up and got them. I see what I'm saying. No.
I just think timing is everything. Like, nigga, this it. This one right here. That ain't easy. Just stay motivated. Stay inspired. I owe it to myself. Stay down on it. And it ain't been hard throughout the journey. It's been a journey.
Hello my niggas, hello my niggas. Please keep it mellow my nigga. Stop sipping yellow my nigga. You itching and twitching and glitching my nigga. Listen my nigga. Snakes in your circle and them bitches hissing my nigga. My nigga don't listen. One thing I hate by my nigga, so I just pray by my nigga. Nigga is hard. Niggas done gave up on God. Maybe God gave up on us. Maybe she angry we worshiping all these false idols, so devils just praying on us. This for the junkie, the fiend, and the loser. Praying to God in the back of a cruiser. I pray that prison can cure your addiction and devil's affliction don't hurt you no more.
Peace to everybody out there in the chat, man. It's Sean P in the place to be. Please like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. I appreciate everybody showing up right now. For those of you who are catching the replay, Appreciate you. Please like the show, leave a comment, throw the video down if you disagree with the information. However, all my sources will be in the description of the video, along with any additional information that I want to add to the bill. Good evening. Good evening. The article is out. Now, I do understand that it's 91 pages, and I apologize, but that 91 pages is more than enough. It's an article in my sense, but it could be a book in other senses because it competes with the person it's refuting, and page for page, and it's not overstretched. It's not badly put together. None of that stuff. If I put that in the book format for you right now, it'll be just the way you get the article when you purchase it. The link to the article description in the other video, as well as in the chat. For those of you who have not picked up your copy of it was told, excuse me, I was burping. It was told in reverse, the untold truth about the transatlantic slave trade revisited. I completely deal with claims in each chapter of Dan Calloway's book that he put out, and there's nothing that he could do about it. He wanted to stick his chest out there, and now it's time to cave it in. But enough about the book. The website to go get the book is scrolling across the article. It's scrolling across the bottom of this page. It's only $5. It's $4.99. $4.99, y'all. That's less than the combo. That's all I'm asking. $4.99. It's not a stretch. These dudes selling you $60, $70, $80 books, $45, $50, $60, $70, $80 books to lie to you, to outright lie to you. And we're going to put that to a shame. So again, appreciate everybody tapping in. If you have not got your copy of the article, I suggest you get it. It is out. I am getting some feedback from some people that have so far opened it up and began to start reading it. And I appreciate the feedback. All criticism is welcome. That's one of the reasons, the rhyme of reasons, in order to put your information out there in the public, is you got to be able to take criticism. Right? So it is what it is at this point. But let's get started and let's discuss why we're here today. What I am getting ready to do is organize the argument of the Aboriginal, the person who says that they've been here way before when. And in order to substantiate their existence of being here way before when, we have to understand, as Black people in the Americas, what is our position? Are we some of the first people to ever walk into North America? Or were we brought here by other means? Who were the people who came across into Canada through the Bering Strait, through the Celtic Highway? I'm saying it wrong, but I'll get corrected in the chat. Because I can't think right now. What is the existence? What happened to that history? Where is the evidence of that history? And who does it support? See, when we want to make our mark in regards to the existence of North America, we have to understand what happened before recent history. So today we're going to discuss from Paleo-Eskimos to Negroes, the Aboriginal folktale. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I am going to begin to play a video of a debate that happened about 5 months ago to set the premise of starting before this time period. Now, the debate topic was Black people in America before 1492? So we're going to start before 1492, and I'm going to not work backwards, but I'm going to work forward and show you how to really do this.
We're gonna start off.
All right, I'm gonna start the time now.
We're gonna start off with what we
Round
know
one.
thus far, right?
Round one.
That can conclude to, definitely evidence of these people misleading us, what I'm saying, from the time that they started anything with any certification or live birth certification live. We find these people putting whatever classifications on these documentations as they want, right? And then we find out these people are part of a government society. They're not independent people. These people actually work for the government, and you'll find out that it's not just one individual plotting and planning to do this. This was a well organized and for them to basically disfranchise and also reclassify us according to the terminologies that was going to take us away from land and from our culture and our history and etc. Right? So we got this fictitious character right here, right? Hey, right? We've been hearing about him for years. You've seen memes and all this shit, right? But let's get into it a little bit. We just gonna kind of go into it. We all know who he was. He was a Virginia State Register of Vital Statistics. He served from 1912 to 1946. He was a staunch promoter of eugenics, a discredited movement aimed at science scientifically proving white racial superiority and thereby justifying the marginalization of non-white people, employing Virginia's Act to preserve racial integrity. In 1924, Plecker effectively separated Virginia citizens into two simplified racial categories, white and colored, right? So let's go down right here, right? Because I only got a couple minutes, so I got to kind of run through what I got, right? All right, employing Act to preserve racial integrity, Plecker effectively separated. We read that the law, which remained in effect until 1967, when it was overturned by the United States Supreme Court. And everybody know this case right here, Loving versus Virginia. It was with the Aboriginal woman and with the European, I guess, or Slavic gentleman, as we say. It said required that a racial description for every person to be recorded at birth. While criminalizing marriages between whites and non-whites, Plecker policies use the deceptive scientific evidence to deem blacks lesser class of human beings. It said, but they also target poor whites and anyone he or other eugenicists considered feeble-minded, right? Now we know by all means we wasn't feeble-minded because we see um all of the inventions and all the technology. But anyway, right? It's saying certain that Virginia Indians were in fact mixed blood Negroes, right? Plecker also pressured, it said, state agencies into reclassifying Indians as colored, right? Now, as we go through this, right, you're gonna see so-called Indians classified as everything: colored, Negro, right? Black, and you're gonna see it vice versa. You're gonna see different color terms that's gonna be presented to you from different authors and different people who observed it or people who done the research to come up with books to basically, let the people know exactly what their observation of the people that they found here, right? So all right, so boom. So we go right here, right? This was something that I found very interesting, right? This little article right here. I don't think nobody ever goes over this, right? So it says eugenics and white supremacy. During the 1920s, Walter Plecker became an advocate of the pseudoscientific claims of eugenics. The word coined in 1883 by Francis Galton, your boy, right? And who else? Charles Darwin, your other boy, right? What would he be doing hanging out with these individuals, right? What you think this guy?
It doesn't say in Charles Darwin. It says a cousin of Charles Darwin. It's on the screen in his face, and he professes to leave out a cousin of Charles Darwin. But remember, this is the story of the Aboriginal. It starts during the 1920s with Walter Plecker and his aim at eugenics and the existence of white supremacy. Ladies and gentlemen, the story of an Aboriginal is right here. This is the fundamental foundation and the building blocks of their ignorance.
Right here, you think like these individuals right here are all part of secret societies and all this other shit. I ain't.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
I got 3 minutes, man. God damn. All right, let me get with it. All right, so Charles Darwin, it said, mean well-born eugenicists argued that racial and genetic purity resulted in a more stable society. All right, so now we know exactly what these individuals were working with, right? When they was classifying so-called Indians as colored and saying that they was mixed blood. Now understand this, right? There's also some trickery to this, right? The point of what they claim he was trying to do, they were saying that he was pretty much like trying to keep the European blood pure. And anybody who had Negro blood in them, they would classify them as white. I mean, they would classify them as Negro. The same thing, vice versa. So when they say the mix, they had Negro blood, they meaning that the Indians were actually Negroes, and the Europeans, some of the Europeans mixed, or we mixed with them. So, you know, that's been a point of contention this whole time with these classifications, and these classifications is done on purpose. So with that, I'm gonna get into what I need to get in. That was actually I was just reading that just to connect the dots with everything from these different classifications and these different terminology. But now we can get into it, okay?
All right, so Walter Plecker is the building block of the argument of the history of Aboriginals. Without Walter Plecker, you remove Walter Plecker, and the whole eugenics movement, they don't have anyone else to blame. So if you remove the eugenics movement and you remove Walter Plecker, they have no argument. It's syringed in a mythological story of their existence beginning way back when. They are the only group of people in a certain part of the conscious community that denies their existence and then don't know where they come from. Let me say that again. They're the only people in the conscious community who deny their history. In the same time, they don't have an origin story. They don't know their existence. So they use deception and misdirection. So, ladies and gentlemen, walk with me as we begin to analyze the Paleo-Eskimo and how he becomes the Negro. All righty. This article was written in 1991. Okay? By Mr. Renoff. The article was titled Paleo-Eskimo in Newfoundland and Labrador. It says from approximately 4,000 to 900 years ago, Paleo-Eskimo groups lived in the eastern Canadian Arctic. The term Paleo-Eskimo literally means prehistoric Eskimo. So when you hear me say, or you hear other people say Paleo-Indian, they're saying prehistoric Indian or prehistoric native. So it literally means prehistoric Eskimo and is used to distinguish these Eastern Arctic groups from modern Inuit who are not their direct descendants. Remains of Paleo-Eskimo settlements are found from Greenland and Ellesmere Island in the high Arctic, south to the Baffin Island, Labrador, the shores of the Hudson Bay, and their southernmost extreme, the island of Newfoundland. So, ladies and gentlemen, to the left here is an image, and this is showing you basically this Arctic Circle here and the places where they are. Look familiar? Hudson Bay, Labrador, Quebec, Newfoundland. Catch a cut. All right. The origins of these Paleo-Eskimos are found in Alaska, where hunting and fishing groups occupied the coastal regions from 4,500 years ago to the present day. At this time, when climatic conditions were warmer than they are today, some of these groups moved eastward, reaching the Eastern Arctic in about 500 years. It took them 500 years to reach the eastern part. This 5,500 kilometer migration was probably accomplished as a series of events in which families moved several kilometers to the east as generations splintered off and moved into better hunting grounds where animals had not been exploited by humans before and were therefore easy prey. When these small groups reached the Eastern Arctic sometime around 4,000 years ago, they spread throughout the region, where they adapted to particular areas and lived successfully for 3 millennia. Around 1,000 years ago, in another warm period, direct descendants of northern Alaskan Paleo-Eskimo began another migration. Listen to me, y'all. I said 1,000 years ago. Archaeologists call these people the Thule, after the Thule in northwestern Greenland, where artifacts belonging to this period were first found. The Thule had developed whale hunting technology in the Bering Sea, and they thought they brought this technology and socially sophisticated technique with them as they crossed the Arctic in a much more rapid migration than that of their ancestors 3 millennia earlier. They reached Baffin Island on the high Arctic by 900 BP before present, and extended as far east as northern Labrador by 500 years ago. They never reached the island of Newfoundland. These whale hunters settled into their new homelands, eventually becoming sealers and caribou and musk oxen hunters as they adapted their economy and technology to local conditions. These are the direct ancestors of modern Inuit groups. So, what of the already established residents, the Paleo-Eskimo? Archaeologists have not yet been able to answer this question, as there are no archaeological sites that firmly indicate contact between the Thule and the Paleo-Eskimo groups. Perhaps some of these Paleo-Eskimo groups had already died out before the Thule arrives. Perhaps some intermarried with the newcomers, or perhaps some groups were killed in hostile encounters. Or possibly some of the Paleo-Eskimo residents continued to live in isolation and survived in historic times. It has been suggested that the Inuit of Southampton Islands and the Salamuit were such people. If so, they would have been one of the few surviving communities of a 400-year-old lineage. Unfortunately, this group was wiped out in the winter of 1902-1903 after after contact with European sailor who had had influenza, against which the Salamuit had no resistance. So I'm going to say this again. In 1902 and 1903, these people encountered a European sailor who had influenza. They had no protection against it. There was no resistance. So that's why they're saying what they're saying. Now, in Newfoundland and Labrador, the Paleo-Eskimo period is subdivided into an early 4000 to 2100 BP and late 2100 to 500 BP based on differences in marine exploitation. The late Paleo-Eskimo were more intensively marine-oriented than earlier Paleo-Eskimo groups. Now, I'm not going to bore you to death, but the stage is being set. I gave you a more recent date than going back 20,000 years, 30,000 years ago. And I'm going to get to that. But I wanted to establish that the Paleo-Eskimo, the prehistoric Eskimo, not even 4,000 years ago up until 900 years ago, roamed North America. Remember, from Paleo-Eskimo to Negroes. So if we have this evidence, where are we short of? Let's move forward. So there was an article that was published in the New York Times around 2019. It was titled, "Who Were the Ancestors of Native Americans? A Lost People in Siberia, Scientists Say." The article discussed genetic analysis of ancient teeth and bones, suggested Native Americans largely descend from a vanished group called the Ancient Paleo-Siberians. So, in the article that was published in 2019 by Carl Zimmer, and here's the site with the bones, ladies and gentlemen. Scientists discovered human baby teeth at a site of the Yana River in Siberia. The DNA they contain is the oldest genetic material yet retrieved from Siberia. Just to give you a little bit of this article. A skeleton in Siberia nearly 10,000 years old has yielded DNA that reveals a striking kinship to living Native American, scientists reported on Wednesday. Remember, this was in June 2019. The finding, published in the Journal of Nature, provides an important new clue to migrations that first brought people to the Americas. In terms of peopling of the Americas, we have found close to the missing link, said Eske Willersleeve, a geneticist at the University of Copenhagen and a co-author of a new paper. It's not the direct ancestor, but it's extremely close. Decades of research by archaeologists and linguists suggest that people first came to the Americas at the end of the last ice age, about 14,500 years ago. The route most experts believe was a land bridge that connected Alaska and Siberia across what is now the Bering Sea. You heard me mention that about the Eskimo. You heard me mention that about the Paleo-Indian if you listened to shows previously. But remember, we are talking about from Paleo-Eskimo to Negroes, the Aboriginal folktale. But Siberia is a vast land that has been home to many cultures over thousands of years. Researchers turned to DNA in hopes of clarifying which of these were the ancestors of Native Americans. Early studies were inclusive. Native Americans didn't seem to have any genetic links to any living groups of Siberians. Dr. Willersleeve suspected that the DNA of ancient Siberians could help solve the puzzle. Around the world, he and his colleagues have found the people who live in a place today have little genetic connection to those who lived there thousands of years ago. The history of Siberia runs surprisingly deep. After humans evolved in Africa, they started moving to other continents about 70,000 years ago. About 45,000 years ago, humans had reached the northern edge of Siberia, where they hunted mammoths and other big game. Vladimir Putukov, an archaeologist at the Russian Academy of Sciences, and his colleagues provided Dr. Willersleeve with 2 human baby teeth from a site in Siberia called Yana. His team extracted DNA from both teeth, which turned out to come from 2 boys. The teeth are 31,600 years old. making the DNA they contain the oldest human genetic material retrieved from Siberia. When Dr. Willersleeve and his colleagues compared genetic variants in the Yana DNA with the living and ancient people, they found that the Siberian boys belonged to a previously unknown population. The scientists called them the ancient North Siberians. Most of their ancestors can be traced back to the early migrations out of Africa, in particular to people who eventually spread into Europe. Several thousand years before the Yana boys lived in the ancient northern Siberians encountered people who were most closely related to East Asians. People from two populations interbred, and as a result, the Yana boys inherited a mix of two ancestries. To their surprise, however, the geneticists could not find any living people with significant ancient North Siberian ancestry. The first people in northeastern Siberia are people that we didn't know, and they're not Native American ancestors, Dr. Willersleeve said. These are artifacts from the Yana site, by the way. What happened to the ancient North Siberians? One clue emerged from a fragment of a skull that Dr. Pilko and his colleagues provided Dr. Willersleeve. These remains, dating back 9,800 years, were found at the Yana site. This is the evidence found at the Yana site. It says Dr. Willersleeve's team found DNA in the Kolma skull as well. A small fraction of that individual's ancestry came from ancient North Siberians, but most of it came from a new population. Dr. Willersleeve and his colleagues called them the ancient Paleo-Siberians. The DNA of the ancient Paleo-Siberians is remarkably similar to that of Native Americans. The DNA of the ancient Paleo-Siberians is remarkably similar to that of Native Americans. Dr. Willersleeve estimates that Native Americans can trace about 2/3 of their ancestry to these previously unknown people. One of the reasons that the ancient Paleo-Siberians were unknown until now is that they were mostly replaced by a third population of people in the different East Asian ancestry. This group moved into Siberia only in the past 10,000 years, and they are the progenitors of most living Siberians. It might have been cold and windy, but it was really rich in resources like large mammals, and people wanted to get up there, Dr. Willersleeve said. The Kolma individual lived long after the origin of the Native American branch. Dr. Willersleeve estimates that the ancestors of Native Americans and ancient Paleo-Siberians split 24,000 years ago. The story gets more complicated. Shortly after the split, the ancestors of Native Americans encountered another population with genetic ties to Europe. Pause. If you can't process what I am saying, I am simply saying this, that there were multiple groups of people over a period of time that seem to be running into each other as they migrate eastward, looking for new resources, right? Trying to obtain a way of life. Some being a little bit older, genetically being a little bit more older than others, right? And some being more fairly recent. But through DNA and understanding migrational patterns, they're able to walk backwards to put these pieces together because of evidence that they are accumulating at these different site locations that help tell a grander story. Now, the story gets more complicated. I just said this, but I gotta say it again. Because shortly after that split, the ancestors of Native Americans encountered another population with genetic ties to Europe. All living Native Americans carry a mixture of genes from these two groups. The new study can't pinpoint exactly where Native Americans emerged from the meeting of these two people. The Ice Age was at its peak 24,000 years ago. And so different populations across Siberia and surrounding regions may have retreated in a refuge where wild game still survived. Ann Stone, an anthropological geneticist at Arizona State University, who was not involved in the study, speculated that the Native American populations may have emerged in one such refuge on the land bridge that linked Siberia and Alaska between 34,000 and 11,000 years ago. But testing that idea would be hard, she warned. I think it's going to be frustratingly slow, she said. Finding human remains of this age is truly daunting. Making the task even more difficult is the fact that melting glaciers drowned the land bridge at the end of the ice age, submerging any human remains that might hold more DNA. Yet the disappearance of the land bridge did not stop the movement of people between the continents. Later waves of people moved across the Bering Sea. Teasing apart this traffic is proving difficult for scientists and has led to debates about how the migrations shaped the origins of the living Native Americans. In its research on ancient DNA, Dr. Willis-Lee's team found evidence that a second wave of ancient Paleo-Siberians reached Alaska sometime between 9,000 and 6,000 years ago. They made contact with Native Americans there and interbred. Dr. Willis-Lee argues that some living Native Americans have inherited this exact ancient Paleo-Siberian ancestry. These people, including tribes in Alaska, Canada, and Southwest, all speak a family of languages called Nandani. But in a separate study, a team headed by Stephen Schiffels of Max Planck Institute for the Science of Human History in Germany has come to a different conclusion. That team's analysis, also published Wednesday in Nature, traces the ancestry of the Nandani speakers to an enigmatic people called the Paleo-Eskimos. Here go that skull I was talking about. 9,800 years old, skull right there. Archaeologists have known about Paleo-Eskimos for years, thanks to their distinctive tools and artifacts. They first emerged on the Arctic fringe of Siberia and Canada about 5,000 years ago, and eventually spread all the way to Greenland. So I want y'all to think about this when we're talking about the origin of existence of people in the Americas. If archaeologists have known about the Paleo-Indian for quite some time, why would they call Black people Paleo-Eskimos? They've known about them for quite some time. We talking pre-Columbian, we talking all of that. They got the evidence. So let me wrap this up and then I'm gonna move on. But signs of these people vanished around 1,000 years ago. In 2010, Dr. Willis-Lee and his colleagues sequenced the genome of 4,000-year-old Paleo-Eskimo from Greenland. They found that he had no genetic connection to the Inuit who lived in Greenland today. To carry out a new study of Paleo-Eskimos, Dr. Schiffels and his colleagues gained permission from tribes in Alaska and Canada to get new samples of DNA from both living people and ancient skeletons. Their analysis indicates that after Paleo-Eskimos came to Alaska about 5,000 years ago, they split into 3 groups. It's complicated sequence of mixtures and movements, Dr. Schiffer said. One group spread along the empty Arctic coastland until they reached Greenland. A second group moved into Alaska, where they encountered people whose ancestors had come from Siberia some 10,000 years ago. Earlier. Now, they interbred, and the Nande speakers carried this mixed ancestry today. So again, the Paleo-Eskimo runs into some people whose people had been here 10,000 years earlier. Dr. Schiffers and his colleagues argue that the third group encountered a group of Native Americans on the coast of Alaska and interbred with them. These people are the ancestors of the Inuits and the Aleuts. But some of them also traveled back across the Bering Strait to Siberia. And from there, about 1,000 years ago, yet another wave of people returned to North America, where they spread through the Arctic and replaced the original Paleo-Eskimo of Greenland. Remember, this article was written in 2019. It is 2023 today. We have updated information, right? Updated information that provides us with understanding that there were several migrational patterns, what those patterns look like, and what transpired. Anywho, in the next couple of weeks, I think our team will analyze their data and their team will analyze our data, Schiffer said. And I don't know whether there will be a big eureka moment then. Dr. Willis hoped the new research spurred more searches for ancient DNA in Siberia and Alaska. The migration brought the ancestors of living Native Americans into the Americas might not have been the first. It is possible, Dr. Willis speculated, that the ancient North Siberians got to Alaska or Canada thousands of years earlier. It's open to question, should we dig deeper for older sites, said Dr. Willis Lees, and now we know what to look for. So here we are with the story of this population history of northeastern Siberians since the Pleistocene, but also put them in place of who we call the ancestors of the Paleo-Indians who predate the Paleo-Eskimo. And so in an article published in the Journal of Nature in that same year, which was referred to in the article by Washington Post, this is where they get the information from. I just wanted to put it on the screen to show y'all that the information actually comes from this published article in Nature. So who are the Paleo-Eskimo? And how did they become the Negro? Well, the term Paleo-Eskimo, Paleo-Old, is used to refer to the peoples of the Arctic who lived before the Thule. We keep hearing that, right? The Thule were the direct ancestors of the Inuit who now inhabited the Canadian North. Paleo-Eskimo peoples are maybe remotely related to the Inuit, but they are not the direct ancestors of modern Arctic people. Paleo-Eskimo culture appears to have had its origins in Alaska a little more than 4,000 years ago. The first Paleo-Eskimo people to arrive in Canadian high Arctic were probably the Independence I people, named after Independence F. Fjord in northeast Greenland, where their artifacts were first described. In Newfoundland and Labrador, many archaeologists divide the Paleo-Eskimo pre-contact period into two major phases. The early Paleo-Eskimo phase, lasting about 3,800 years before present to 2,200 years before present, and the late Paleo-Eskimo, which phase runs about 2,500 before present to sometime around 1,000 or 500 before present. Despite the fact that the early Paleo-Eskimo culture phases extends into the late Paleo-Eskimo phase, archaeologists disagree as to whether the later phase is derived from the earlier. So the article goes into the earlier phase. It says artifacts in the province were first found in Siglet Bay. I want y'all to understand this. The only reason I am reading this article to you is because it meets the criterion as evidence. Why does it meet the criterion as evidence? Is because of Exhibit A. The earliest Paleo-Eskimo artifacts in the province were first found in Siglet Bay in northern Labrador and date to about 3,800 years ago. Newfoundland archaeologist James Tuck argues that the first of these Paleo-Eskimo peoples to be identified in Labrador bears a strong resemblance to the Independence I culture of Greenland in the high Arctic. These people left behind very distinctive tools that are often made of bright, almost jewel-like shirts, and are quite small in size. Their small size led earlier archaeologists to refer to them as belonging to the Arctic small tool tradition, a term now seldom used. So here's the evidence of Independence I artifacts. small tools. So when we want to look to the history or the existence or the origin of the Aboriginal in North America, where is the evidence? Where is it? We need it. Or is it just a folk tale that started in 2017? Now, the tools used by these earlier Paleo-Eskimos include harpoon tips with tiny stone end blades. They are often serrated, small projectile points that are probably arrowhead scrapers used to remove fat from skin, small stone knives, and bursting thin stone tools used to make grooves in bones and wood. Small adazes are also sometimes found at Paleo-Eskimo sites, which suggests that these people were also working wood. You know, like they say in Texas. Like all Paleo-Eskimo peoples, earlier Paleo-Eskimos also used microblades. Perhaps the most commonly found artifact of the Paleo-Eskimo sites. Microblades are small, sharp stone flakes that might have been used almost like disposable pocket knives or razor blades. I highly suggest you finish this article, because what you're going to find out is that the Paleo-Eskimo was walking around here looking for the smoke. And if there were people that had already populated this place, it was people that predated them. And the people that predated them, their ancestry through DNA testing and archaeological records show a Siberian-based movement through the Beringer, which is further evidence of what we're dealing with, all right? So there's more evidence, the pre-Dorsic artifacts. Where is the Aboriginal evidence at? But let me move on, because all I'm doing is giving information, and I want to keep it going. So let me turn to DNA. All right. Shout out to Chrissy Sexton, who published this article on earth.com, Nature, Science, and Life. She says about 5,000 years ago, the Paleo-Eskimos migrated from Asia to North America. Roughly 10,000 years ago, the first Asia to North America migration occurred. Then about 800 years ago, the Paleo-Eskimo population was replaced by a new population across the Arctic, and soon enough, all signs of Paleo-Eskimo culture was lost. However, research from Max Planck Institute for Science of Human History argued that despite the disappearance of their culture, the Paleo-Eskimos contributed much more to North American populations than previously thought. I want to say this again because this is what the Abo acts like when we're having conversations with them. They act like they lost all their culture and shit. So now, ladies and gentlemen, you're starting to realize, okay, Sean, I see why you named the title of the show the way you label the title of the show. Because the Paleo-Eskimo, they lost their culture about 800 years ago. Think about it. Is that still before Columbus, during Columbus, or after Columbus? Listen to my question again. When the Paleo-Eskimo lost its culture, was it before Columbus, during Columbus, or after Columbus? If it says this transpired 800 years ago. But however, researchers from Max Planck Institute of the Science of Human History argue that despite the disappearance of their culture, Paleo-Eskimos contributed much more to North American population than previously thought. To come to their conclusion, the team assembled genome-wide data from 48 ancient individuals and 93 modern individuals from Siberia, Alaska, Aleutian Islands, and Canada. What did they do again, ladies and gentlemen? I know it's written lightly, so I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit because I know some of y'all are trying to read this shit, and you can't. It says, to come to their conclusion, the team assembled genome-wide data from 48 ancient individuals and 93 modern individuals from Siberia, Alaska, and the Aleutian Islands in Canada. They then compared this data to data that was previously published. They found that a large portion of genetic heritage from ancient and modern American Arctic and Chukotkan populations actually comes from Paleo-Eskimos. Our study is unique, not only in that it greatly expands the number of ancient genomes from this region, but because it is the first study to comprehensively describe all of these populations in one single coherent model. For the last 7 years, there has been a debate about whether the Paleo-Eskimo contributed genetically to the people living in North America today. Our study resolved this debate and furthermore supports the theory that Paleo-Eskimos spread the non-Lending languages, said by David Rich of Harvard Medical School and Howard Hughes Medical Institute. Their findings show that shortly after their arrival to Alaska, about 5,000 years ago, the Paleo-Eskimos interbred with a people who had similar ancestry to that of more southern native peoples. The genetic heritage of their ancestors at the Aleutian Islands and the Athabascans is derived directly from this inherited group, interbred group. They also found that the Inuit and the Yupik ancestors crossed the Bering Straits at least 3 times. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. They first crossed as Paleo-Eskimos to Alaska. They then crossed again as predecessors of the old Bering Sea archaeological culture back to the Chukotka and stayed for about 1,000 years interbreeding with the locals related to modern Chukics, as well as locals from the Kamchatka. And they finally crossed the 3rd time to Alaska again as bearers of the Thule culture. One of the most striking case examples from our study is that the ancient DNA we generated from the ancient Athabascan site of the Tochak McGraw in the interior of Alaska, where we worked in the consultations with the local community to obtain data from 3 approximately 700-year-old individuals, Rich said. We found that these individuals who lived after the time when the Paleo-Eskimo archaeological culture disappeared from North America are well modeled as a mixture of the same, hear me now, these people were a mixture of the same 2 ancestry components as found in the Athabascans today and derived from more than 40% of their ancestry from Paleo-Eskimos. So again, ladies and gentlemen, the people that we are having conversations with who said they have lost their language, their culture, their existence, their well-being, all of that, they gotta be the Paleo-Eskimo. But according to the evidence, who the Paleo-Eskimo people are, can't be them. Can't be them. Because it just says right here that we found that these individuals lived after the time when the Paleo-Eskimo archaeological culture disappeared across North America are well modeled as a mixture of the same 2 ancestry components as those found in Athabascans today and derive more than 40% of their ancestry from the Paleo-Eskimos. Determining what happened to this population was not possible from the archaeological record alone, added Pavel Flegentov of the University of Ostrava. By analyzing genetic data in concert with the archaeological data, we can meaningfully improve our understanding of the prehistory of peoples in this region. We face challenging analytical problems due to the complex sequence of the gene flows that have shaped ancestries of peoples on both sides of the Bering Strait. Reconstructing this sequence of events requires new modeling, approaches that we may be useful for solving similar problems in other regions of the world. That's your article right there. So now it's all about supportive evidence at this point. So here we have published in the BioArctic vid. Y'all should know this. Now this is a preprint, but there is an actual article that is not the preprint that actually ended up getting published. And the only reason that I'm saying something about this preprint article right here and not showing the published article is because I need to say this. During the pandemic, all the articles that were published that had these same credentials were preprints, and then later the Journal of Nature and yada 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 would actually publish. So some of the information that you seen me read prior to comes from this article, which was first posted October 13, 2017. From this period of 2017 to 2019, because some of this stuff didn't get published until 2019. This has been sitting out here since then, ladies and gentlemen. What was going on in 2019 in the conscious community? I mean, in 2017 in the conscious community, the emergence of the so-called Aboriginal. Well, this article was sitting here the entire time under the noses of everyone unfamiliar with this whole I'm just here to make you think movement bullshit. By the way, if you don't have your copy of the article, you need to get it. You need to get it. It's on Same Tree, Different Branch. The link is in the description, and the link is in the chat. Simple. I just put it back in the chat. But this article gives you the abstract here. You can look at the full text, but it says Paleo-Eskimos were the first people to settle vast regions of the American Arctic around 5,000 years ago and were subsequently joined and largely displaced around 1,000 years ago by ancestors of the present-day Inuit and Yupik. The genetic relationship between the Paleo-Eskimos and the Native American populations remains uncertain. We analyze ancient and present genome-wide data from the Americas and Siberia. So me reading the beginning of this abstract is letting you know that these people were talking about this shit in 2017. At the same time, some dude with some music in the background, a failed rapper, right, with some music in the background, decided to use a studio to do audios and visuals, etc., to challenge or to create a narrative and challenge primary evidence by creating doubt. That's it, by creating doubt. I'm going to skip because I want you to see something. Current evidence suggests that present-day Native Americans descend from at least 4 distinct streams of ancient migrations from Asia. The largest ancestral contribution was from the populations that separated from ancestors of present-day East Asian group 23,000 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, what was just recently confirmed about some footsteps that are 23,000 years old? Huh? All right, so let's move on. It goes on to say, to be consistent with the previous genetic literature, we call this lineage First Americans, while acknowledging that indigenous scholars have suggested the term First Peoples as an alternative. The deepest phylogenetic split in this group gave rise to one lineage that contributed to the Northern American groups, including speakers of the Nadane, the Algonquin, and the Salishan languages, and to another lineage that was found in some North Americans as well as Native Americans from Mesoamerican southward. The 12,600 before present ancient genome from an individual assigned to the Clovis culture belongs to the southern lineage. I'm gonna run that back to y'all in case y'all missed it. So they're saying that there's these lineages, two lineages. One lineage was in North America, the other lineage is in South America. The pre-Clovis people that they're referring to was one of the people coming from that sprouted up from the South American migration, because the evidence is pointing to that. And we over here and we sitting here twiddling our thumbs. So who are the Aboriginals of North America? If they've been here, are they the Paleo-Eskimo? Are they claiming to be the Paleo-Eskimo? Because their existence goes back 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. And even still, their existence, which spread across the Americas, right? They say that there was people already there. Those people tell them that our people been here for about 10,000 years earlier. So they saying something totally different than the other people. And then we go down to southward of the North America, and we got some evidence down there of some individuals assigned to the Clovis culture that belongs to the southern lineage. In addition, a separate source of Asian ancestry that has been called Population Y contributed more to Native American groups in the Amazonia than to the other Native Americans. See, when they want to go argue South America, they want to go argue Central America, the genetic evidence and the support of evidence altogether does not align with where they say they are. So I want to keep y'all right there. And I want to kind of double down on an argument. This was published in 2022, but it goes back to 2017. What does it say? I'm not going to read all 10 minutes of it, because some of y'all going to get the point real quick. When the National Park Service's Daniel Otis was invited in 2017 to work with an archaeological team at White Sands National Park in New Mexico, it was to help preserve fossilized mammoth trackways before they eroded. But upon his first visit to the site in person, he saw that along with the large mammoth impressions, there were human footprints. They were like a film clip, he recalls. You got to see what happened during that walk. And sometimes you get to see an individual interacting. A woman carrying a child, setting the child down, picking the child up. And sometimes you get to see how animals react to people and people react to animals. So, you know, it was kind of a light bulb moment there where I went. This is a chance to see things that we never get to see. It was also pretty intriguing to see the human footprints side by side with the tracks of now extinct animals such as mammoths. Otis notes. Oh, y'all didn't know the footprints had animal footprints as well? Y'all didn't know that? Anyway, humans are often blamed for hastening mammoths' extinction shortly after arriving in North American landmass, which according to what was once the prevailing hypothesis occurred some 13,000 years ago via the Bering Land Bridge from modern Siberia to Alaska. But the footprints suggest two species may have lived side by side for thousands of years, Otis explains. Last year, he and colleagues published radiocarbon dating of the layers of sediment where the human footprints were found that determined their age to be between 21,000 and 23,000 years ago. Let me stop. So now everyone knows that I am talking about white sands and footprints that date between 21,000 and 23,000 years ago. But it continues. The findings were the first to challenge the so-called Clovis first model, named after the Clovis people, who were thought to have been the first to pass through Beringer. The White Sands findings were, however, the most conclusive, agree researchers who spoke to the scientists. For a long time, there's been a consensus view that humans occupied sites that were 13,000 years old or so were legitimate, but the archaeological finding dated back further in time were potential erroneous, says Otis. The idea that the humans had arrived in the Americas before that time was controversial. He explains because it was putting people here before the glaciers opened up the path an event estimated to have occurred around 13,000 years ago, several thousand years after the peak of the most recent ice age, the so-called last glacial maximum. But white sands changes everything. So now we have white sands evidence. So every period and point that we argue for or against refers to the specifications of evidence. What evidence are we talking about? Archaeological evidence and genetic evidence. These are two things that are used throughout these findings that help substantiate and tell a story. So now that we've ended this conversation of 23,000-year-old footprints, and then we talked about the lineages, the two lineages, the ones that went south and the ones that stayed north. We talk about when they entered in the Beringer, right? Then we talked about some people that came after those people called the Paleo-Eskimos. And the other people, they seem to not lose their culture, right? Because we got the Clovis points and we got all of these indications of these two different lineages and their existence and all of that, right? We got all of that. But the Paleo-Eskimo seems to lose something. And that has me wondering if this is who the Aboriginal of North America claim to be. Because there's no evidence of no Aboriginal anything. Everything is about people coming into North America during these weird time frames. So, again, I said supporting evidence. So this is a more recent article published earlier this month, October the 5th to be exact. And this independent age estimates resolved the controversy of the ancient human footprints of white sands. I previously showed you the article from 2022 who talked about the things, but the article really was, the first argument really was back in 2021. So here's just a summary, and I'm not going to get into everything, just give you the summary. I need to make this big enough for people to really see it. Traditionally, researchers believe that humans arrived in North America around 16 to 13,000 years ago. That was the argument. Recently, however, evidence was accumulated supporting a much earlier date. In 2021, fossilized footprints from White Sands National Park in New Mexico were dated to between 20 to 23,000 years ago, providing key evidence for earlier occupation. Although this finding was controversial, Piagatti returned to the White Sands footprints and obtained new dates from multiple highly reliable sources. They too resolved dates of 20 to 23,000 years ago, reconfirming that humans were present far south in the ice sheets during the last glacial maximum. That's a summary of this article. Now, ladies and gentlemen, people ain't always been in North America. These people migrated in multiple waves to North America. You have one lineage that went south, one lineage that went north. They leave behind evidence, genetic and archaeological evidence that can be substantiated because they can extract certain things. And then they begin to trace things back. We started with an article that talked about, right, these Siberians. And then there's evidence of 30,000 years ago. And then there's evidence of 10,000 years ago. And how this 10,000-year-old evidence traced back to a certain group of people. Then this Paleo-Eskimo evidence traced back to was claimed to be of a different group of people. Then all we found out, it was two groups that had the same shit in them. Ultimately, that's what we walked down in the first 5 articles up until this point. And then we added in the footprints to substantiate our existence. To double down on the 23,000 years old, we're dealing with 3 articles. One that was published in 2022 referring to a 2021 published article, then the 2023 article referring to a 2022 and 2021 article, and then the Live Science article that it also is backing up the Science article, which was where it was published first. And it says the same thing. For decades, we thought the first humans to arrive in the Americas came across the Bering Land Bridge 13,000 years ago. New evidence changed the picture. During the last ice age, humans ventured into 2 vast and completely unknown continents. This article is written for people who could pretty much understand it. This is written for the lay. The people who wrote this strictly written this for the lay people. So the very first line tells you that there was 2 vast and completely unknown continents that humans ventured into. So we can already understand, according to the evidence, that humans was not here. They didn't know this place existed. So now we have North and South America. For nearly a century, researchers thought that they knew how this wild journey occurred. The first people to cross the bridge, the Bering Land Bridge, a massive swath of land that connected Asia and North America when sea levels were lower, were the Clovis who made the journey shortly before 13,000 years ago. According to the Clovis first theory, every indigenous person to the Americas could be traced to this single inland migration. That was the argument. That was the model, right? But if you ever read Jennifer, the anthropologist, I can't say Jennifer last name right now for nothing. But if you read her book, she talks to you about the same shit. So some people should already be up on this. She's a geneticist, by the way. Anyway, but in recent decades, several discoveries have revealed that humans first reached the so-called Jennifer Roth or something like that. But first reached the so-called New World thousands of years before we initially thought, and probably didn't get there by an inland route. So who were the first Americans? And how and when did they arrive? That's a good question, ain't it? It's a good question. So genetic studies suggest that the first people to arrive in the Americas descend from an ancestral group of ancient North Siberian and East Asians that mingled around 20,000 to 23,000 years ago. They crossed the Bering Land Bridge sometime between then and 15,500 years ago. You heard it. They crossed the Bering Land Bridge sometime between 15,000 years ago. Now we have the evidence of the little rafts that they took going down the Beltway, right? Because they found it in South America real late. Y'all remember that? I'm just trying to jog your memory for those of you who have been following the conversations in this channel and we've been building on it, or if you've been on Science with Sean and we've been talking about this and we've been arriving to these periods of point of dealing with evidence, not beliefs, not folk tales, not mythological stories that started in 2017 behind a failed rapper and a few other people. However, but some archaeological sites hint that people may have reached the Americas far earlier than that. For instance, there are fossilized human footprints in White Sands National Park in New Mexico that may date 21,000, 23,000 years. That would mean humans arrived in North America during the last glacial maximum, which occurred around 26 to 19,000 years ago when ice sheets covered much of what is now Alaska, Canada, and northern U.S. Other more equivocal data suggest the first people arrived in the Western Hemisphere by 25,000 to 31,000 years ago. If these dates can be confirmed, they would paint a much more complex picture of how and when humans reached the Americas. So, the archaeological evidence of the first Americans, right here. Right here. And there's more footprints than this. Much more footprints than that. Now, almost all scientists agree, however, that this incredible journey has made possible the emergence of the Beringer, a now submerged 1,100-mile wide landmass that connected what is now Alaska and Russia far east. During the last ice age, much of the Earth's water was frozen in ice sheets, causing ocean levels to fall. Beringer's surface, once waters in the North Pacific, dropped roughly 164 feet, 50 meters below today's levels. It was passable by foot between 30,000 to 12,000 years ago. Meltzer and Willis Lee, a geneticist at the University of Cambridge, wrote in 2021 a review in the Journal of Nature. From there, the archaeological picture gets muddier. The older version of the story originated in the 20s and 30s, when Western archaeologists discovered sharp-edged, leaf-shaped stone spear points near Clovis, New Mexico. The people who made them, now dubbed the Clovis people, lived in North America about 13 to 12,000 years ago. Based on the 2020 analysis of bone and charcoal and plant remains found at the Clovis site. So, for those of you who are wondering, how the hell do they know? They just gave you the answer. It's based on 2020 analysis of bone, charcoal, and plant remains found at the Clovis sites. At the time, it was thought that the Clovis traveled across Beringer and then moved through an ice-free corridor or a gap between the continental ice sheets in what is now part of Alaska and Canada. Davis, who leads excavations at an ancient North American site in Coopers Ferry, Idaho, told Live Science. Once they exited, they spread quickly throughout the Americas, bearing the signature stone tool known as the Clovis spear point, which was likely used to hunt megafauna, such as mammoths, bisons, as well as smaller game for decades, as was challenging to suggest the first Americans arrived 13,000 years ago. That was the Clovis first model. Slowly, however, new discoveries began turning back the clock on the first Americans' arrival. In 1976, researchers learned about the site of Mount Verde II in southern Chile. Radiocarbon dating showed was about 14,550 years old. It took decades for archaeologists to accept the dating of Mount Verde, but soon other sites also pushed back the dates of humans' arrival in the Americas. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the oldest archaeological sites in the Americas given to us by Live Science. You have the Bluefish Caves that have animal bones from possible cuts 24,000 years old. You have the Swine Points from mammoth tusk, animal bones, weapons, and stone tools that's 14,000 years old. You have the Coopers Ferry, which has stone tools, weapons, animal bones, and hearth from 16,000 years old. You have the Clovis tools and blades from 13,000 years old. You have the Meadowcroft rock shelters, 16,000 years. You have the Paisley Caves, which deals with, hold on one second. All right. They deal with fossil poop, wooden artifacts, animal bones, fossilized human poop. Yeah. I think I showed a picture of the fossilized human poop. If y'all ain't seen it, it's crazy. Page Layton, 14,500 years ago. Deborah L. Frankenkite site, the stone tools. All of these is in North America. Kevidale Chakahit, 31,000 years ago. It says human stone tools, 31,000. That's in Central America. White Sands, 21 to 23,000. So here goes the oldest evidence. They're saying that they found a human stone tools that are 31,500 years ago, but it hasn't been substantiated by anything else. But we have to, know what we know. South America. They say they got 50,000-year-old tools, but probably made by the capuchin monkeys, which could also be, that's why they call these tools that were found up in Mexico human tools, because the monkeys also do tool making. But y'all didn't know that. Mount Verde 2 site is where they get the building stone tools and food and wire and the fire pits. And then you have the sloth bone pendants. The pendant hole may be naturally occurring. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need to add something to make sure that we're very clear. The yellow are archaeological sites. So Mount Verde, White Sands, Page Lansing, Meadowcroft, Clovis, Coppers Ferry, Paisley, and Swan Point are archaeological sites. And the orange are questionable sites. This is where you have Santa Elena, the rock shelter, the human stone tools from Mexico, the Deborah Friednick site, and the Bluefish caves. Those are questionable in the reliability of those sites. And then you have only one that is largely refused, and that is the Pedro Ferrata site. It's refused right now, but it's still considered as it is considered, because if they come across evidence to support it, then it will come back up if they can find evidence to support it. Yeah, it's a cave in Tennessee and Kentucky. All right, so that's the oldest sites. And then up here, these little stripes represent the Beringer. Now, the Paisley Cave in Oregon contained human coprolites or fossilized poop that dates about 14,500 years ago. All this basically doing right now is going over the evidence that I just told you up here, but it says right here about a rebuttal to one of the claims, and I'm gonna read that to you. So it says there are dozens more sites, although some of the older ones are controversial. For instance, some archaeologists said 31,500-year-old rocks in remote Mexican cave were stone tools made by humans, but a rebuttal argued that the rocks got their shapes naturally. Another site in Brazil holds the giant sloth bones that may have been modified by humans at least 25,000 years ago, but a narrow hole in the bones could have occurred naturally, Davis told Live Science. And 50,000-year-old stone tools at Pedro Ferrata, Brazil, may have actually been made by capuchin monkeys, a 2022 study in the Journal of the Holocene found. So, what's up with these people and how they get to the South? Well, there was a coastal journey that could have been made by foot, by watercraft, or both, but no fossil or archaeological evidence of this journey has been unearthed. We've never found a boat. We've never found a submerged site at a 16,000-year-old shoreline in British Columbia, Davis said. Still, the coastal route isn't outlandish. There's a lot of evidence that suggests that people had the capability to do large ocean crossing. For instance, people used boats to reach Australia around 50,000 years ago. Despite these, now don't think about boat like you think about boat in the modern sense. But despite these uncertainties, researchers have ruled out some of the wildest theories. For instance, the first Americans weren't Pacific Islanders who boated across the open ocean, because people didn't migrate to Polynesia until 3,000 years ago. And genetic evidence shows that the first Americans are only very distantly related to Polynesians. Likewise, genetic studies rule out the Soltrian hypothesis, which posits that Paleolithic Europeans came across the Atlantic around 20,000 years ago, according to a 2021 Nature review. So here we have the genetic evidence. Come on, phone. Tripping, bro. The genetic evidence. Geneticists studying the first Americans tend to paint a more consistent picture than archaeologists do, mainly because they're using the same human remains as genetic data sets. Genetic analysis have found that ancient northern Siberians and a group of East Asian paired up about 20 to 23,000 years ago. Jennifer Roth, I heard me mention her name earlier, an associated professor of anthropology at the University of Kansas and author of the book Origin, A Genetic History of the Americas, told Live Science. Soon after the population split into two genetically distinct groups, one that stayed in Siberia, another one that the Basal American branch, which emerged around 20 to 21,000 years ago. Genetic data suggests the descendants of the Basal American branch crossed the Bering Land Bridge and became the first Americans. The geneticists just told us that there were two genetically distinctive groups. One that stayed in Siberia, another one that came on into the Americas. The genetic data suggested descendants of the Basal American branch crossed the land bridge and became the first Americans. I don't know why you couldn't download that book, man. Anywho, the Basal American branch then split into three groups: unsampled population A, a mysterious genetic ghost that has only been detected indirectly from genomes of mixed or what is now Mexico, Ralph said. Ancient Beringers, who have no known living descendants, and an ancestral Native Americans whose descendants live on today. Three groups. One of them is some people down there in Mexico. The other ones are the descendants of the current day Native Americans. And then another group who indirectly is lost in the sauce. All three of these groups ultimately made it to North America, but their diverging genetics suggest that they crossed in separate movements. Melcher and Willisleeves wrote in their review, some didn't make it very far. The ancient Bering just entered Alaska, but never made it south of the continental ice sheets. The last known ancient Beringer, known as the Trail Creek individual, he died 9,000 years ago. So for those of you who don't know about the Trail Creek individual, look him up. 9,000 years ago. Meanwhile, the ANA, if you don't know what the ANA is, we basically just said it earlier, the ancient Native Americans lineage underwent several splits, suggesting that these people settled in different areas of North America as they had limited gene flow between them, Ralph said. There was a one split between 21,000 and 16,000 years ago, and then a second one around 15,700 years ago. During the second split, the Northern Native Americans, whose living descendants included speakers of the Algonquin, the Salishan, and the Tsimshian and the Ndani language grouping, separated from Southern Native Americans who spread southward and whose descendants include the Clovis, Ralph said. Every known living and deceased indigenous individual south of Canada belongs to the who? Southern Native Americans. So what's next? Ideally, archaeologists would like to find more sites from all these branches, especially in the remains that could explain the genetics behind the people of the White Sands between 23 and 21,000 years ago. Right now, I'm really eager to find evidence that reconciles the presence of peoples at White Sands during the last glacial maximum and the genetic signature of migration that seems to have occurred later, Ralph told Live Science in the email, as well as sites from Eastern Beringer that can help us better understand the movement of people through that region. But that's a challenging task. Let me pause real quick. So you got people that are interested in finding out how people populated North America. And then you got a people that are sitting on YouTube and they're telling you that these people were never here. They're the foreigners. They're the strangers, that they've been here. But they ain't got not one person among them that are doing any of the scientific work that is required to substantiate this position that they take. Not one. So how could this be that you got a group of people that is interested in trying to tell the story of the first people to populate the Americas, and then you got an internet gang that act like a religion and can't even tell us shit about what happened? So are you claiming to be the Paleo-Eskimo? Is that your folktale? Is that your mythological story? Is that what you're sticking with? And you don't even believe these people. They lost their culture, their existence, their way of life. This is demonstrated. With evidence, it is demonstrated. It is told to us. We are educated upon this analysis that we have information in it today that we know the Paleo-Indian lost his culture. According to evidence, we have evidence as descendants of Africans, of African people who were brought here, who lost their culture, language, names, and all kind of shit. Some of the culture, tribal ties and history and all of that shit. But let me move on, man. I'm getting a little too sophisticated here. So I'm gonna stop right here. This is really the end of the article, but check this out. Check this article out. It's in the description, and it harbors up. So I want to bring us to what I introduced everybody to the other day. And this is dealing with the first blacks in the Americas. What you say, Vasa? A good, simple, short, and sweet article you could pull to follow this if you haven't already. Yeah, the Arlington Springs man of Wikipedia. Yeah, I agree with you, Vasa. So I want to take us to 1492. And the reason that I want to go to 1492 because it's the oldest manuscript that we have that is available to us as regards to the first blacks in the Americas. Now, I know this may be a little bit difficult for a lot of people, but I'm going to try to make the most of this, right? It's 26-page PDF, but I'm not going to show that. I'm just going to show the translation. It says Santa Maria de la Antigua, October 30th, 1515. Inquiry made. Can y'all see that? How about now? Inquiry made in the city of Santa Maria del Antigua del Darien before the Honorable Licensor Española El Sado Mayor of Castilla del Ora, as per request of the Honorable Treasurer Alonso de la Poniente and Conador Diego Marquis, officials of the Highness, which goes before the Honorable and the Council of the Highness for certain lawsuit that the Highnesses are disputing over the Admiral Don Diego Colon over the government of province of Darien, which goes signed, enclosed, and sealed with 2 seals, Martin Este Notary, and 2 paraphs. Now, inquiry sent in by the officials of Tierra Firme for the lawsuit that His Highness is disputing over the Admiral Don Diego Colon over what was won by the part of what he says belongs to him. To the prosecutor, it appears, from certain records and deeds, from Pedro de Girwe, Lieutenant of the Governor Notary in the Kingdoms of Castilla del Ore, by the very magnificent Honorable Luke Concheles, Secretary of their Highness, that after the said Pedro de Guerrero, an inquiry complete and proceeding about where transferred to me, Martin Este, the lieutenant of notary general in these said kingdoms by the said Honorable Secretary Lo Conchiles, whose content as per it appearance is following. Here we go with the bullshit. In the city of San Maria del Antigua, del Darren of 30 days of a month of October, year of the birth of a Savior Jesus Christ, and on the third of the 1,515 years. So he's telling you in the writings, 1,515 years, the year 1515, in the presence of myself, Pedro de Hierro, the notary of the letter. So we have someone validating the validity of the writings. He goes on to tell us this whole story. I don't want to read all of the whole story. But what it says to you is a lot of pages is in this particular story. He goes on and talks about the first witness. This has nothing to do with black people. Y'all want to know about the black people. I know you do. I know you want to know about the black people. What are they saying about the black people? I tried to give y'all this shit the other day and let y'all try to read it, but y'all want to listen. So what did he say? Is it black people he gonna talk about first? Or is it gonna be another group of people that he could be mentioning that he may be referring to? Let's see. The chapters that it seems here that should be added to the question that the prosecutor of His Highness is sending finished, and these questions must be entered after. Also, they ask whether they know that when Cristobal Guerrero and Pedro Alonso Nino discovered Paria, the Indians made all the admirations they usually do when they see for the first time vessels and people of our nation, which they would not have done as they did have the said admiral discovered it first. I need y'all to let that sink in. Cristobal Guerrero and Pedro Alonso Nino discovered Paria, the Indians made all the admirations they usually do when they see for the first time vessels. They're saying, what happened when these Indian people saw the vessels for the first time? Also, whether they know, etc., that when new land has been discovered by someone, if vessels go there, and the second time, the Indian describe how others have gone there before and saw how they have seen vessels and people ask for the names of those who went there first. 1. Also, whether they know, etc., the Indians of the coast of Paria, when the aforementioned, aforesaid Cristobal Guerrero and Pedro Alonso Nino went there, did they not say they have seen vessels nor people of a nation before? And if they said it, everybody would have heard it, and it would be public and obvious to all those who went there. Pause. So when you get to this place, wherever you discover it, you need to ask these people if they have seen ships or vessels, if they have seen vessels or us before. If they have, we need to know without a shadow of a doubt if they have seen vessels and people before. Why would they ask these people to ask these Indians this? See, when you read something, you have to start formulating reasons of why this was written during this time. They needed to know if that other people had already discovered them. Because what are they doing during this time? The doctrine of discovery is out there. If some people already found them, then hey, that messed with their whole flow, Joe. So they have to confirm it. So here's the second thing. Also, whether they know, etc., that to all the lands that the admiral discovered in the initial trips, he always gave new names. Also, whether they know, etc., that the said land of Perea was thus called in the time of the Indians and is called now, except that since pearls are fished and traded there, it is called the Pearls Coast. Also, whether they know, etc., that if the admiral discovered the said coast, that he would also give it a new name, like he did to the other islands that he discovered. Also, whether they know, etc., that the admiral and the others that in these parts have discovered put their names on the trees and made crosses and left other marks, so that it was understood that the land in case had been discovered, which they did not find such marks when they said Cristobal Guerrero and Pedro Alonso discovered Perea. Ladies and gentlemen, the jack move is in play. They're telling you what they had to do. When you pull up on these people, you got to figure out a way to understand these people and ask them if they've seen the vessels before and have they seen people before. If they haven't seen vessels or people before, then you need to look around and see if territory had been marked. If there's no marking of the territory and there's no naming that has transpired, then it is you who discovered this place. It is you who marked the territory. It is you who can give it a new name. Are you not understanding the rules of engagement with this discovery? I'm trying to understand if y'all are following me. If you understand what I just read to you, if you understand what I just said to you, excuse me, please let me know, because I don't want to feel like I'm talking to myself. If I'm going over your head, I can rewind it back. Ladies and gentlemen, they have clear instructions on how to organize a discovery. It ain't really a discovery, but it is a discovery. They continue. Also, whether they know that the said Cristobal Guerrero and Per Alonso Nino discovered the bartering. So they want to know if Cristobal and Pedro discovered the trade of these that transpired between these Indians. What was the trade again? Y'all don't remember? Of the pearls, and that they bartered them and arrived to the port with them in Galicia. And from there, they came to Seville and rendered account of the Don Juan de Foncio, who has charged by their highness and paid the part of the belong to the, his highness, and whether they know at the time that these went and bartered. The said pearls, they said, Admiral had not entered nor touched on those places. Pause. So these pearls that they got from these people that they hadn't seen before, that they rolled up on, right? They want to know. They want to know. What we talking about? What we talking about? They continue. Also, whether they know, etc., that in this time, Alonso de Ojeda and Juan de la Coso, pilot, and those who went with him discovered on the coast of Tierra Firme towards the west of the Frailes and the Gigantes until the part that is now called Caquebucoa, and that before this admiral nor any other person had touched on the said coast nor on the said lands of the said Ojeda and the Juan de la Coso discovered, and that he dispatched them and ordered them to go into the said Juan Francisco, that is now Bishop of the Burgess, who had had the office by their highness, and that the said Juan de la Coso nor Ojeda had not sailed with the admiral on that trip, that he had said it came to the mouth of the dragon, and that they discovered was through wisdom and skill. The jack move. They lay down the rules of engagement on how to discover the land, y'all. They tell you that they ran up on these who they calling Indians and saying what they're saying, they continue their rules. I'm telling y'all, you listen, you have to read the sources. The people claiming to be these people ain't gonna do that. And the people who are these people have been saying this for a long time. They're like, yo, like our ancestors are telling us, bro, we these people, bro. Look at the list of witnesses. The witnesses that are to be presented and their dispositions be taken are the following: Vasco Nunez, Cristobal Sereno, Lope Delano, Nuflada Delano, the Negro, Juan Portuguese, the Negro. There were 2 Negroes that were a part of witnessing this event in 1492. They came with the ship. I'm gonna say it to you one more time. Nuflo Delano and Juan Portuguese were the first 2 Negroes in the Americas. Why? Because they came on a ship with the people that they're asking these questions about what happened. And they're taking into account all these people's perspectives in figuring out what happened. How did we get here? Who was it? Was it really skill? Did someone get them there that had already been there, et cetera, et cetera? So let's move on, man. I just wanted to show y'all that what no black people are already here, bro. Watch this. We're still in 1515. And after the aforesaid of 9 days on the said month of year 1515, aforesaid, the said contador, Mr. Diego Mark, and the said name appeared before the said Mr. Alcalde Mayor as a proof of intention, presented Nuflo de Alano and Alonzo Martin, Asturian denizen of the said city of Darien, as witnesses, right? From whom and from each one of them, the said Mr. Alcalde Mayor received due oath, witnessing Martin Martinez E. Segovia, Master Salsa of the said Mr. Governor. This said day, month of year, aforesaid, the said Mr. Condor presented its witness, Johann Portuguese, or Juan Portuguese, black, denizens of the said city, of who he interrogated with questions of his inquiry, from whom due oath was received by Mr. Alcede Mayor, witnesses Martin Estate and Anton de Salanyalo and Alonzo Rubello. The man is being interrogated about coming to the Americas. He is the first. He and the other person is the first. So now we want to ask everybody, right? If one we know is black and the other person we know is black come to a place where they see black people, why wouldn't he give a testimony about seeing other black people that look like him? I'm going to ask you again, because he is called into question as a witness, and we have statements from all of these people, and none of these people identify these natives that they see here as the same as Juan and the other black person who arrived in the damn Americas. Don't y'all think that that would have been important, that it would be a part of history to sit here and say? Why would it be omitted? It is written at the time. It is a primary source. There's no omission here, because they ain't thinking shit about black people. They don't even think black people can read what the hell that they talking about to begin with, and they don't care because they got the guns and they got the butter. We got 2 black witnesses during this trip. They don't see nobody that look like them. They are interviewed. That is the point of me bringing this shit up. So now we have to consider the evidence. I can continue on to the next pages, but really I want to leave this up here and let you marinate on it. Y'all can see it. It's on the screen. This said day, month, and year aforesaid, the said Mr. Conador presented his witnesses, Johan Portuguese or Juan Portuguese, black, denizens of the said city. So he were interrogated with questions of his inquiry, from whom due oath was received by Mr. Alcide Mayor, witnesses Martin Este and Anton de Solanyala and Alonso Rubello. These were the witnesses who witnessed the interrogation of Juan Portuguese. What do we got to say about that? Juan don't give no account of seeing no other black people here. They're the first blacks in the Americas. So the Paleo-Eskimo wasn't no black people. The Paleo-Indians, they weren't no black people. Those people who ventured in from the Beringer, who took the northern route, and the ones who took the southern route, they weren't no black people. The genetic evidence don't support them being black people. So I'm trying to figure out, right? Where is the evidence of the Aboriginal? Can anyone provide me with that? Sutek, if you still listening, what's going on, sis? Sutek, if you still listening, I need you to hop on the panel real quick. If you somewhere, wherever you at, near your laptop. Or Kofi, either one of y'all, Kofi, James, somebody. Because I need y'all to like fully understand what's going on right now. It continues and says, and after the aforesaid of 20 days of the month of November of the year 1516, the said Mr. Condor appointed as witnesses in the said case Juan Grande, pilot, who was in the island of Santiago, and Juan de la Puebla, captain and the pilot, who is in said island, Gonzalo Diaz, pilot, who is the island of Fernandina, whom Mr. Banchilla Diego del Corral Alcalde Mayor deemed appointed witnesses, the Adelantado Vasco Nunez, Andres de Cerezeda. What we got going on? These people have been called into question to tell about the trip to the Americas. What did you see? What did you witness? What happened to this? What happened to that? They are witnesses to their voyage upon returning back to where they came from with these 2 Negroes on the ship. They just didn't come to the Americans. It wasn't an all-white cast. They came to America with 2 Africans that they had got recently. And then here we have all of this crazy stuff going on. Can y'all hear me pretty clearly? Let me know if y'all can hear me clearly. Okay, cool. One second, y'all. One second. One second here. I don't even see that on here. I guess it's options. By the way, 6-0 New York Giants over Buffalo. That boy Sutek ain't even responding, bro. That's what kind of friends I get. Make sure, man, that y'all go pick up this article real quick while I'm waiting for my screen for this laptop to change my screen. If you ain't got it, you tripping. It's definitely Dan Calloway and his pseudoscience, pseudo history. Grab that link right there, man. Take your time out to go get that article, please. It'll be much appreciated. Where my plug at? So listen, here's where we are. Here's the question of the day. The question is, right? The question is, if black people was already here, why Juan didn't say that when he had an opportunity to say that? He had no reason of hiding anything from anybody. I just want to know. I just want to know. Anyway, so, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who have been tapped in, I don't know how long y'all been tapped in, but I titled the show the way I titled the show because of this. If we have evidence and I walked y'all up into this. If we have evidence of 2 black people coming to the Americas and not seeing no black people, or let's say they did see some black people, why they didn't say nothing about it? People that look like me were already here. They the first witnesses. They're the first witnesses, y'all. We have no recorded documentation of black people being the Americas, according to the 2 people who could have easily stated such. I'm pissed off about my Eagles losing. The Eagles and the Giants. Not really the Giants. I don't care if they lost. But I just want to know, why wasn't these people saying nothing? For the life of me. One second, y'all. I'm pulling something up. But I want to know, though, outside of that, are the Paleo-Eskimos, the Negroes that we argue with on the internet today? How many people believe that the Paleo-Eskimo are the Negro people that we argue with today? That they are the so-called Aboriginal people? How many people believe that? Come on, y'all. I'm talking to you. Y'all can talk back. Type your response. How many people believe that these people, man? Let me know. Let me know. What you say in the chat? Oh, Barry, here you go about the Cowboys, brother. Get out of here. All right, so whenever this decides to pull up, because something else is loading in the background, it's gonna be another article that we're gonna get into. And it's called The Early Africans in Virginia. And so I'm going to actually mention it today. I mean, right now until it comes up. So since we're on the subject of Negroes in the Americas, I think it's only right that I be specific and talk about the Negroes who entered North America, or specifically. And I'm not talking about with the Spanish in the 1500s. I'm talking about North America, more so where y'all live at today. So the early Africans in Virginia, though there were 32 Africans living in Virginia in 1620, by 1625 there were only around 25 Africans in the colony. We know little about their individual experiences, but surviving court and census records tell us some of their names and where they lived. Most of the Africans in Virginia in 1625 arrived in 1619 on the White Lion and Treasurer. However, at least 5 Africans arrived on other ships, and 2 children had been born to African mothers. After 1625, little is known about the lives of the Virginia's first Africans. Process that. He said he was controlled by the Jesuits. Bella silly. Well, that's what that sister would say. That sister said she blamed everything on the Jesuits. She said the Jesuits this, the Jesuits that, the Jesuits, the Jesuits, the Jesuits. She was like all over that. I don't know. I don't get that. I don't get that at all. All right, so here's the story of the life in Virginia, the census of 1620, 24, and 25. Very few documents survive to tell us about the individual lives of early Africans in Virginia. And most of what we know of, some of their names, locations where they lived, and demographic information recorded in the 3 census lists taken in 1620, 24, and 25. In 1620, there were 32 Africans in Virginia, making up about 3% of Virginia's non-native population. I'm going to say that again. There were 32 Africans in Virginia in 1620. They made up 3% of Virginia's non-native population. Y'all know what that means? Anyone struggling to comprehend and understand what I basically just said, that 3% of the population were Africans. And they were, listen, I'm going to say it again. 32 Africans in Virginia, making up 3% of Virginia's non-native population. By 1625, there were around 25 Africans, or 2%. Some people said they ran away, went elsewhere, you know what I'm saying, stayed under the radar. That type of deal. That's what they say. So the story of the 20 and odd Negroes brought on an English privateer ship, White Lion, probably numbered around 29 or 30. And an additional 2 or 3 arrived a few days later on the Treasurer. We told y'all this story time and time again. Right? In the March 1620, a census record 32 Africans, 17 women, and 15 men living in Virginia, all probably from the White Lion or Treasurer. None of the Africans are identified by name or location in 1620. They were described as in the service of several planters. So they had already been sold rather than laboring for Virginia's company. Process that, please. Process it, please. Barry says, for us New Orleans, the French brought in nearly 2,000 enslaved Africans by 1721. They had around 23 ships to port in New Orleans up until 1730. Dang. Y'all hear my computer? That's interesting, Barry. Look, man. It's a deep story that people are denying. Here go the link to the article. Somebody just inboxed me and asked me. Send a chat. Yep. Vasa says, but you can't overlook the Spanish and all the explorations throughout the South. No, you can't. You can't. Absolutely not. That's why I said what I said in regards to the Spanish, because the Spanish introduced Black people here. You have to think about the documents we have from in the 1400s up until to recent. We know how the Negro got to North America. My point is when this my point of even doing this is to say this, that we know that the people who inhabited North America were not Black people that you see today. They were not. Black people would cohabitate with some of these people who've been here due to other circumstances, and that happened later on. I mean, that happened, you know what I mean? Like, these enslaved groups are next to each other, rightfully so. There's some type of physical attraction and intimacy that's going to transpire and take place. Humans have sex. It's a part of human nature, right? Procreate. That's what you were put here to do. So ultimately, it's a weird thing. Hold on 1 second, bro. What these dudes at? I bet he on TikTok. Sute, you on TikTok, ain't you? We know what Kofi doing. He twirling his thumbs. So again, I just want to reiterate this point. The first Africans that entered North America was via a boat, 2 boats. The White Lion and the Treasurer. The reasons for that is because the Juan Batista, which left Africa by the way of Luanda, Angola, Congo area, with 300 plus African men and women. When they got to the Americas, they only had about 100 and so people. So think about that. So a ship full of Africans coming from Luanda to the Caribbeans, right? They get jacked by the White Lion and the Treasurer. They get 60 Africans up off the ship from the surviving 100 and something Africans. They jack 60, both get 30. They looking for gold, but they take them. One ship, the Treasurer, license is expired, so they can't do business and trade. So they try to come up 3 days later to Virginia, where the White Lion had already ported and got off this 29 to 30 African men and women. They were only able to sell about 2 to 3, bringing the population to 32. When they bring the population to 32 Africans, right, we get 17 women and 15 men. So now we got 17 women hold on, y'all. We got 17 women and 15 men that would later on go on and produce the first child. Now, this child has significant meaning because this child was the first baptized, like it was the first African-born child in America. It was the first baptized child too. So you have to consider that. And then when you consider the evidence, you have to go back and listen to the stories. Like when I first played the video, remember, not a coincidence, had a debate with Tachinus or Primitive One. And in the debate with him, they arguing about the blacks in Americas. That was their whole thing. He was trying to argue about some weird ass Walter Plecker, which would be the start of their mythological story. Because they want to blame. Oh man, my laptop might have messed up. Hold on, let me know if y'all. Oh, okay. Y'all can see my screen now. All right. Hold on 1 second. All right, y'all can see it now. Let me zoom in. Well, that mother took forever. Whatever that was in the background. I'm covering on good. All right, so this is what I was reading earlier. So now I'm going to be a little bit more specific. Since y'all can see it now, I can be a little bit more specific. All right, so the next census was called the List of the Living and Dead. It was taken in February 1624. It recorded only 21 surviving Africans, and at least one of whom arrived after 1619. Several Africans probably died of a disease or in the 1622 Powhatan Indian assault on the English colony, but some, may have escaped or been moved or traded out of Virginia. One unnamed African died at West and Shirley Hundreds in Charles City County sometime in the year between the census was taken. Of the 21 surviving Africans in the 1624 census, 12 were recorded with the first names but no surname, and 9 were unnamed. 6 were women, 9 were men, and 6 do not have a sex given. While the 1624 census gives us the names of 12 of the 21 Africans, the 1625 muster of the inhabitants of Virginia recorded the names of only 8 of the 23 Africans it listed. These 23 included 11 men, 10 women, 2 children, 1 male born to African mothers. The 1625 muster recorded the ages of almost all English colonies, along with the year of the arrival in the Virginia and the ships that brought them. 3 Africans, Anthony, Marie, and John Pedro, are listed as arrived on English ships after 1619. John Pedro was 30 years old in 1625. He was the only African whose age was recorded. He was the only African whose age was recorded. Get this article. Quit playing. Get this article. I'm beating Dane Calloway up. Most of the Africans of the 1624 and 1625 census were located in 4 major settlement areas and labored for members of the colony's powerfully and wealthy elite. Not all Africans in Virginia by 1625 are listed in the 1624 and 25 census. Court and ship records describe the arrival of at least 3 additional Africans. Their names are John, Philip, and Braze. The 1624 list of the living and the dead and the 1625 must have missed an estimated 20 to 10% of Virginia's non-native population, respectively. Think about that. They kept a census of the non-Native American population. So the only people on the census during these times were whites and non-white blacks, or the Africans in this instance, but they wasn't saying that. So what were they saying? They said this. In 1624, Anthony and Isabella were located at Elizabeth City on the land belonging to Captain William Tucker. Captain Tucker was a burgess and a military commander who have been present when the White Lion, the treasurer, were at Point Comfort. If Anthony and Isabella were with Tucker beginning in 1619, they may have lived with him on the eastern side of Hampton River near Point Comfort. By 1622, however, Captain Tucker owned the land and had built a house along the James River on the western side of Hampton River, and Anthony and Isabella likely moved with him. They appear in 1624 census among the residents of Elizabeth City on the western side of Hampton River. And in 1625, the part of Captain Tucker's household. By 1625, the couple also had a son, William. In 1625, the family is identified as Anthony, a Negro, Isabella, a Negro, and William, their child, baptized. The date and the location of William's baptism are not recorded, but it is probably took place in Elizabeth City Parish Church, built in 1624 on the eastern side of the Hampton River near today's Hampton University campus. William was one of the first 2 African-American children born in Virginia, and he is often considered the first because the other child was not identified by name. In the early 17th century, the word baptism was used to denote the religious rite but not given of a name and legal status of a personhood, which was denoted by the word christening. So William's baptism probably not affected whether or not he was considered enslaved or free. Anthony, Isabella, and William disappear from historical record from 1625, so details of their lives and experiences remain unknown. In 1633, Captain William Tucker acquired 100 acres of land in Elizabeth City of the Back River, and in 1635, he patented another 200 acres on the side of the James River. Anthony, Isabella, and William may have been moved from Tucker's original 150 acres on Elizabeth City's James River waterfront. The modern-day Tucker family on Hampton and Newport News believes Anthony, Isabella, and William became or were free and took the last name Tucker, and ongoing research may reveal more about Anthony, Isabella, and William's lives in Virginia. So, what we got here? By 1625, John Pedro was also living in Elizabeth City in the household of Francis West and the company land on the east side of the Hampton River. John Pedro, age 30, arrived on the Swan in 1623 or 24 and is the only African whose age was recorded in the census. The Swan sailed from Virginia from Massachusetts. Francis West was in Plymouth in 1623 and probably returned to Virginia on the same voyage, bringing John Pedro with him. John Pedro was free by the early 1650s. He briefly owned land in Lancaster, Virginia before moving to Maryland, and as an older man, John Pedro used Pedro as his surname, but historians disagree on whether it would have been considered a surname before he became free, since both the Kimbundu and Portuguese languages include double naming practices for their first names. Y'all know who the Kimbundu people are, right? The language is, right? Look up Kimbundu. See what they're referring to. So double naming was common among the Mbandu nobles, and John Pedro may have been from a prominent family in the, I gave the answer up, Congo, or the eastern areas of Ndongo, more heavily influenced by the Portuguese religion and culture than the rest of the kingdom. John Pedro was eventually executed in Maryland for his involvement with the Catholic descendant faction. Further evidence that he may have been practicing Catholic before being enslaved. If so, his Catholic identity may have cushioned his move to Maryland during Cromwell's rule, when Virginia's royalist colonial government expelled religious minorities. The fool was messing with Catholicism. They did John Pedro bad. The man was from the Congo. He was from the Congo. So the first person whose age was recorded in this bitch was also murdered in this bitch because of religious bull jump. All right, so in 1624 and 25, the other early Africans in Virginia were living at Warwick Squeak or Rowaskoyak near present-day Smithfield, Flower Dew 100 near present-day Hopewell, and in a cluster of settlements at near Jamestown. Some Africans lived in larger groups, while a few individuals were the only Africans living at the site. Angelo, this the female. Angela, an African woman, was living in the household of William Pierce, an influential and wealthy merchant. Burgess and one of the men sent to meet the treasurer. Angelo, who arrived on the treasurer according to the 1625 census, is the only African named in later records who can be identified definitely as one of the first Africans who arrived in 1619. It's a female, really, you know, her name is Angela. I don't know why they put the Angelo on there, but she's the first one to be named, right? Because of significance. That significance has everything to do with her name in 1625. Most other early Africans probably also arrived in 1619, but no documents survive to confirm the arrival date of any other individual on the White Lion or treasurer. In Bandu and Portuguese, Angolan naming practices, male and female names could be used interchangeably. So this is how you get her name. Does this explain anything to you, ladies and gentlemen? In Kimbandu and Portuguese, Angolan naming practices, male and female names could be used interchangeably. So it may not have mattered to Angelo whether her name looked masculine by ending with an O versus a feminine A. Some historians have feminized and angelicized the name to the modern sounding Angela. But since the name appears as Angelo in both censuses, it seems clear that was the name she used to identify herself. In 1624 and 25, an English African man named Edward was living at Naked Land near Jamestown on property managed by Edward Kingsmill, an influential Burgess and friend of Abraham Piercy. In 1624, another man named Jesso and Gyro was living at a plantation across from James River from Jamestown, but he is not identified in the 1625 muster. At Warris Koyak in 1624 were Peter, Anthony, Francis, and Margaret. Anthony was probably Anthony, who arrived in 1621 or 22 on the James, and later became known as Anthony Johnson. Warrisack was owned by Edward Bennett, a wealthy but mostly absentee merchant and investor whose property was managed by his brothers and nephews. By 1625, Peter, Francis, and Margaret had disappeared from the Warrisack, where Anthony, named Antonio in the 1625 muster, was now living with Mary, who arrived in 1622 and 23 on the Margaret and John, but was not listed in the 1624 census. After 1622, Warrisack experienced a high death rate due to disease and conflict with the Warrisack Indians, and Peter, Francis, and Margaret may have been killed. We know much more about Anthony and Marie than about any other early Africans in Virginia. We know much more about Anthony and Marie than about any other early Africans in Virginia, because their experiences were remarkably exceptional. They were free by 1645. And as Anthony and Marie Johnson, they became comparatively prosperous landowners of Virginia Eastern Shore. Since Anthony and Marie arrived in Virginia on ships sailing from England, historians can only speculate about the location of their original home and how and when they were enslaved. However, like the ordeal of San Juan Bautista, Africans, Anthony and Marie were probably taken through the Portuguese port of Luanda. Though they were successfully in integrating themselves within the Eastern Shore's unusually tolerant white planter society, they may have also maintained a West Central African identity. Their grandson was later associated with land in Maryland named Angola. Ladies and gentlemen, jurors, let's go to Angola, Maryland. And let's go look at little Anthony. Ain't that what it says? What's his name? Anthony, right? That's what we're talking about. We're talking Anthony. So let's go real quick. Let's see. Boom. Anthony Johnson, 1600 to 1670, was an Angolan-born man who achieved wealth in the early 17th century colony of Virginia. Held as an indentured servant in 1621, he earned his freedom after several years and was granted land by the colony. He later became a tobacco farmer in Maryland. He attained great wealth after completing his term as an indentured servant and has been referred to as the Black patriarch of the first community of Negro property owners in America. In the early 1620s, Portuguese slave traders captured the man who would later be known as Anthony. I'm going to say it again. In the early 1620s, Portuguese slave traders captured the man who would later be known as Anthony Johnson in Portuguese Angola, named him Antonio, sold him into the Atlantic slave trade. Antonio was bought by a colonist in Virginia. They say that he was an indentured servant, but he was in fact a fucking slave. Antonio worked for a merchant at the Virginia Company. He was also received into the Roman Catholic Church. He sailed to Virginia in 1621 aboard the James. The Virginia muster 1624 lists his name, Antonio not given, recorded as a Negro in the notes column. Wait a minute. Let me put some pimping in it. 1624 census. Antonio names comes up. And it says he was recorded as a Negro. Where you at, Odyssey? You dipped out. You with your girl. You don't want to have this conversation. You don't want to tell me why they got this African named Antonio, right? In the 1624 census, listed as a Negro. So they were familiar, right, with this word. But more importantly, they was calling him an indentured servant, which I mentioned that before. I did. I mentioned that the first group of Africans that they brought into the Americas, they listed them all as indentured servants, but they were indeed enslaved. So let's go a little bit. Let's go back. Let me hit the back button. Let me stay on the Google screen real quick. And let me see if I can get down here and find our boy. Not our boy, but let me get to Angola, Maryland. Let's see if I can get to Angola, America. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let me see if I can find it. Hold up. Hey, look, let me show y'all this real quick. So if you read my article, or if you read Dane's book, you will see this right here. You will see this. But you're gonna see this remixed. You're gonna see a remix of this. It's not gonna say what it's saying right here. And look, this is a grade 11. Look, you change the damn grade. Make it plain. Go to the 4th grade. Read it at a 4th grade level. Shit, they'll simplify this shit for your ass. But let's do this real quick. Who's the first Africans of Maryland? Within 20 years following the settlement of Jamestown, Virginia, the Calvert family obtained the charter of King Charles I for the land of the Chesapeake, north of the Potomac River. The colony was named in honor of the king's consort, Henrietta Marie. King Charles I was deeply concerned about the presence of the Dutch in North America and decided to establish Maryland as a buffer between Virginia and New Netherlands. They keep making these buffer places. In 1660s, less than 25% of Maryland's bound laborers were enslaved Africans. By 1680, the number had increased to 33%, and by nearly 1700s, 3/4 of the laborers were enslaved Africans. About 300 arrived each year between 1695 and 1708. About 300 arrived each year between 1695 and 1708. During this time, at least half of Maryland's enslaved population lived in Calvert, Charles, Prince George, and St. Mary's counties. The others live in Annapolis and Baltimore. From the beginning, the Maryland population was religiously, socially, and racially diverse. Unlike the Virginians, the Maryland colonists brought Africans with them. At least 2 men of African descent were aboard the Ark and the Dove ships that brought Leonard Calvert, son of George Calvert, first Lord of Baltimore, up into the Chesapeake in 1634. One of the first African Marylanders was Matthias de Souza. Ladies and gentlemen, Matthias de Souza. Historians know very little about early settlement of Virginia named Matthias de Souza. Only a few documents record the details of his life. Some people recognize Matthias as the first free person of African descent living in Maryland. Others simply find his life inspiring. Matthias was a servant who learned skills in sailor and fur trader to win his freedom. I'm confused here. Why would y'all say free at first when he had to work to earn his freedom? There's some details about Matthias' life we will probably never know, but there are enough facts to tell his story. So what happened? Hey, where you at? Where you at in the chat? I ballot. You brought the Jesuits up. So here go the damn Jesuits. Yeah, I know there's an Angola, Florida too. I know you got that mustard roll, not a coincidence. So let me do this for our ballot since she brought it up. She brought it up. So Matthias was they call him an indentured servant who worked for Father Andrew White, a Catholic priest. An indentured servant is someone who has to work as a servant to someone for a period of 4 to 7 years. Sometimes the servant agrees to work because they have no money and need to pay off their debts. Sometimes the servant needs to work because they cannot find another job. Sometimes he or she simply wants an adventure and a chance to visit faraway places. No matter what the reasons is, Matthias agreed to work for Father White. His job gave him a chance to see the world. When Matthias voyaged to Maryland, he worked for Jesuit priests who were on a mission to establish churches in North America for the Catholic Pope in Rome. When the Jesuit officials gave Father Andrew White the chance to settle in Maryland, he brought along with him 9 servants, including Matthias. Matthias may also have been a Catholic. It is likely that many of the servants who came to America with the Jesuits were Catholic. We don't know exactly what Matthias did in the first years he lived in Maryland. He probably worked very hard with other indentured servants, including building houses and a new church for the Jesuits. Many servants also planted and harvested crops for food. He probably traveled by boat to Maryland's eastern shore with Father White. The priest visited the Native American people who lived there. We know that one of the Jesuit priests identified Matthias as Matthias Sosa, a mulatto, in an important land record. The record listed all of the people who came to Maryland with the Jesuits. Governor Leonard Calvert said the Jesuits owned farmland near St. Mary's City. The governor allowed the priests and their servants to continue to live and grow crops for food on this land. Pause. Think about what was just said. The man came over here with the Jesuits. His father was a white man. His mother was an African woman. He had to work to earn his freedom. Buddy came over here with 9 of his people, bro. He bought 9 people with him, servants. But the term mulatto used by the priest in the old spelling for mulatto defined the 17th century as a person of mixed African and European descent. It is that just hurt y'all. Don't that hurt y'all hard when y'all hear the word mulatto and it means African or European descent? Don't it hurt y'all when y'all try to get rid of the word African? Abos. Golly. It is sometimes difficult to find out about a person's race if they lived in the 17th century. Mulatto can also refer to the complexion, lightness or darkness of a person's skin. We can also guess if this refers to Matthias' ancestry or the color of his skin tone. His last name, de Souza, is common in Portugal, where perhaps Matthias' father was born. We also do not know how Matthias de Souza thought of himself. Matthias left us no written record of what he said or thought. Several priests and public officials who knew Matthias recorded all the information known about him. Information from Maryland's government record and court cases show that Matthias was treated well compared to then most people with African heritage in Maryland. So he had African heritage. The English settlers brought Africans to their colonies as slaves. See how it changed around? How they went from call them an indentured servant to turn around and saying that but the people that they brought from the English settlers brought Africans to their colonies as slaves. African slaves in Maryland lived harder lives than the free settlers. Most slaves had little or no chance to earn their freedom. It was not considered a crime for masters to beat their slaves and servants for misbehavior. Since Matthias was an indentured servant, you see that? You see the flip? He had to work for the Jesuits for 4 years. In 1638, the priest allowed Matthias to go free. Now he had to earn a living for himself. Boom, 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 boom. Information from Maryland government records and court cases show that Matthias was treated well compared to most living Africans in Maryland. Can you believe it? But let me go ahead. We already got over that. So during his years of service, the priest, Matthias had learned how to sail small ships owned by Jesuits. Matthias decided to earn his living as a fur trader and sailor. He earned money by trading English goods with Indians. I'm going to say this one more time. He earned a living by trading English goods with Indians. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's an example of an African descent mulatto in the Americas doing business with Indians. So I'm going to say this one more time. If we were already here, wouldn't Matthias see himself in these Indians or these natives? Or are you suggesting that the people that he's trading with also came into the land afterwards and are not these people? They're not y'all. They're a different group of people. So you telling me that it's the Africans, it's the English, it's the white, so it's the African, the white, the Europeans, Africans, Europeans, and Indians, and then it's the Aboriginals. Is that what you're suggesting? And we don't have no evidence of that. That once again, that is why I labeled I titled the show "From Paleo-Eskimos to Negroes: The Aboriginal Folktale." Because you're nowhere in history. You're nowhere in nothing discussed. You're nowhere in the making of America. You're nowhere in being the first of any first. You're nowhere. Nowhere. When we look at every story, every record, every name, every existence, you're nowhere. There's not 4 group of people here. There's not 4 groups of people here. It's 3. Zane said that they were in Hollywood. We clearly, once again, y'all, I go to Maryland, I pull up a mulatto, listen, the bruh got African descent, bro. African descent, bro. African descent, bro. European and African descent, bro. He trading with freaking Indians. If they look like him, what's up? What about if we go back to what I was talking about earlier as a regard to the first blacks, the 2 black people who arrived in the Americas, and they ain't telling us that they seen any blacks? But look what it continues to say here. There is no information about Matthias' life after 1643. No one wrote down what happened to him. The Indians killed some colonists in battles during 1643. Other colonists became sick and died from diseases and lack of food. We don't know about the end of Matthias' life, but we do know that he lived as a sailor and a trader. Important people like the Jesuits and John Lurger trusted him to be captain of their ships. Even if they called him a mulatto, They trusted Matthias to lead white crew members on their vessels. His life shows that early Marylanders did not always dislike someone of a different race or heritage. The settlers thought of Matthias as a skilled and hardworking citizen. You know, they try to fluff it up right there. You know what I'm saying? They try to fluff it up. But this is dedicated to Buddy, man. They commemorated Buddy. He's commemorated. So we can't get away from that. So let me go back. A passenger on the Ark, De Souza was of African and Portuguese descent, and like the Calvert family, he was a Catholic. As the colony's charter did not expressly prohibit the establishment of non-Protestant churches, the Calverts encouraged fellow Catholics to settle there. Maryland's first town, St. Mary's, was established in 1634 near the Pontonic River flows in the Chesapeake Bay. Maryland never experienced protracted Indian warfare or a starving time like its neighbors in Virginia. Maryland was able to trade with Virginia for needed items, and the Calvert family, right, says it here, Calvert's family personally supported the settlers' early financial needs. However, like Virginia, Maryland suffered from a labor shortage, and in order to stimulate immigration in 1640, Maryland adopted the head right system that Virginians had instituted earlier. While the interest in establishing a refuge for Catholics who were facing increasingly persecutions in Anglican England, the Calverts were also interested in creating profitable estates. To this end, they encouraged the importation of Africans, and to avoid trouble with the British government, they encouraged Protestant immigration. Indentured laborers, mostly white, dominated the Maryland workforce throughout the 17th century as the laws infringing upon the rights and the status of servitude for Africans grew more stringent. In Virginia's law in the 17th century, free Africans from Virginia like Anthony and Mary Johnson and their family migrated to Maryland. Enslavement was not absent in the 17th century Maryland, but it was not the principal form of servitude until the early 18th century. As the 17th century closed, there were far fewer enslaved Africans in Maryland than in Virginia. In the 4 counties along the lower western shore of Maryland, there were only 100 enslaved Africans in 1658. About 3% of the population by 1710. The numbers had increased to 3,500, making up 24% of the population. Most were still country born, that is, born in Africa, and most were men. Between 1700 and 1780, new generations of African people born in the colony expanded the enslaved population. Yes, you heard me correctly. Because of legislation in both Maryland and Virginia, life for those enslaved changed drastically in the 1660s. As European service became scarce and expensive, African labor came to dominate the labor force. Legislation slowly sealed the fate of African immigrants and their descendants, removing opportunities for the freedom and advancement. Hereditary slavery defined by law came to Virginia in 1662. Maryland followed in 1663. By law, Africans, with the exception of those entering the Eastern Shore, entered the colonies as slaves for life. Even if they were freed, their freedoms were inhibited by laws that left them few liberties. Many of those laws were modeled after Barbados laws. Adult slaves arriving in Maryland in the 1670s would live their entire lives as slaves. They would face a harsh environment in which they were subject to hard labor, new diseases, and a shortage of women that would result in a low rate of reproduction. They would face abusive masters, isolation from other Africans, and restrictions of mobility. The transformation of Negro servant into Negro slave was complete with the Virginia General Assembly passage of the Slave Codes of 1765. Thus, as the 18th century opened, most Africans and their American-born descendants lived and worked as slaves, growing tobacco on quarters or plantations in rural Lower Chesapeake. They eventually improved their lives, and by the 1720s, there were enough American-born Africans in Maryland to create their own African culture. So by 1720s in Maryland, there was enough American-born Africans to create their own African American cultures. This shit don't say that these black people was already here. It don't say that. There's no evidence of such. What are we talking about? It can go on and on and on. And remember, we got here because we following the story of Matthias de Souza. Not only the story of Matthias de Souza, but we talked about Anthony and Mary. So let's go back. The largest groups of Africans were on land controlled by two men who had purchased them from the White Lion, Sir George Yeardley and Abraham Piercy. In 1624, 11 Africans, Anthony, William, John, Anthony, an unnamed woman, and 6 unnamed Negroes, were located at Flowerdew 100, owned by Yearly, at James City. In 1624, 2 unnamed women were in Piercy's household. Later, in 1624, Yearly completed the sale of Flowerdew 100 to Piercy, who renamed it Piercy's 100. Piercy probably moved the two unnamed African women to Flowerdew, and several of their Africans at Flowerdew were apparently sold to Piercy as part of the sale, since there were 4 unnamed African men, 2 unnamed African women, and an unnamed child at Piercy 100 in 1625. The other Africans at Flowerdew in 1624, the 3 unnamed men and 5 unnamed women, were likely taken to James City with Yearly. In his will written in 1627, Sir George Yearly instructed his widow to sell his goods, debts, servants, niggers, cattle, or any other thing or things, commodities, or profits to me belonging. Lady Temperance Yearly married Francis West, but died herself before completing settling Sir Yearly's estate. The Africans caught in Yearly's estate may have been sold, claimed by Francis West, or claimed by Yearly's children on the eastern shore of the Lynn Haven. Abraham Piercy also made his will in 1627. In it, he instructed his widow to dispose of his estate among his heirs. But Frances Piercy also remarried before selling her husband's estate, and apparently many or all of the Africans went to the property of her new husband, Samuel Matthews, at Denby. So, the Africans who arrived in Virginia after 1619. At least 6 Africans in Virginia by 1625 were not from the White Lion or Treasurer. At Warsaw, Anthony arrived at James 1621-22, and Mary arrived in Margaret and John in 1622 or 23. Elizabeth City, John Pedro arrived on the Swan in 23. Other Africans appear in court and other records, but not in 1624 and 25 census. John, an African servant of William Evans, or Ewins, left England in 1622 and was brought to Virginia on the James. William Evans was a ship captain. John may have accompanied him on voyages, which might account for his not appearing in the 24 and 25 census, though he would have been at least in the upper middle age. And it is also possible John was the same man as John Grory, an African servant of William Evans, who in 1641 purchased the freedom of his son, Lieutenant Robert Shepherd. Grory was still enslaved, for the court had to specify that the child shall be free from the said Evans or his assigns. John Grory was allowed by Evans to raise hogs, giving half the proceeds to Evans, and he used his profits to purchase his son's freedom. And let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So, John Creed, also known as John Gowen, was one of the first Africans in Virginia who was a servant who earned enough money to pay his son's freedom. He filed a lawsuit to free his son, arguing he wanted to raise him as a Christian. The court agreed and freed the son. Yep. Let's see if we can get a little bit further. So here's the case. So we had this guy right here, John, right? They call him Gowen or whatever the case may be, right? Listen, whereas it appeared to the court that John Grower, being a Negro servant until William Evans was permitted by his said matter to keep hogs and make the best benefit thereof to himself, provided that the said Evans might have half the increase, which was accordingly rendered unto him by the said Negro, and the other half reserved for his own benefit. And whereas the said Negro having a young child of a Negro woman belonging to Lieutenant Robert Shepherd, which he desired should be made a Christian and be taught and exercised in the Church of the England, by reason of whereof he, the said Negro, did for this said child purchase its freedom of Lieutenant Shepherd with good liking and consent of, though Gooman's overseer as a disposition of the said Shepherd and Evans' appearance, the court had therefore ordered that the child shall be free from the said Evans or his assigns, and to be and remain at the disposal of education of the said brewery and the child's godfather, who undertake it to see it brought up as a Christian religion as foresaid. Peep game. Mr. George Menifee Esquire, this day presented in the court an Indian boy of the county of Topanhennick, Christian, and for the time of the 10 years brought up on the English captain of William Perry, deceased George Menifee. The Indian was examined and found to have been well instructed in the principles of religion, taught to read, instructing the writing, whereas there hath formerly been given by will a stock to 300 pounds of sterling in Nicholas Fair, late in London, merchant deceased by the Indians, whereas 24 pounds sterling was a yearly to be paid. Any person that should bring up to 3 of the Indian children, the said Menifee, Mr. Menifee, for his better supportation in the education, and the said Indian boy desired certificate from the court of bringing him up and instructing him the Christian religion as said. The governor and the council approving the commending the care in the house of the youth have condescended the request of the said Mr. Menifee, and have thought good to recommend hereby his suit for the allowance of 8 pounds per annum % of the said 24 pounds towards the maintenance of the said youth, and that the purpose of the testimony is premise, have thought good to cause the seal of the colony to hitherto affix, given at James City the 10th day of June, Anno Domini of 1640. So they used an Indian boy who was good at all of that shit. The kid that he bought his freedom was not an Indian. No, that is not what it says. So for anyone who wants to sit there and say that, is not what it says. You can look the shit up. There's his name on the screen. You can go to the Encyclopedia of Virginia and you can reread this shit yourself. You don't need me to tell you what it is. They got it. Oh, they got. Uh-oh. So, back to the article. Now, an African servant of William Evans, who is 1641, purchased the freedom. We discussed that. So John Phillips was probably a free black sailor, a Negro Christian in England 12 years since, who gave testimony in the general court in November 1624 about the actions of the English privateer against the Spanish ship. He is probably the only African to arrive in Virginia free. He may not have stayed in Virginia for long, since he is not in the 1625 census, He probably departed on the ship as a sailor rather than settling in Virginia. In the early modern England, the word christening or Christian included the religious rite of baptism, but also the conference of a legal name and personhood. So in order for you to get a legal name during this time, you had to be Christianed. When John Phillips asserted in the court that he had been Christian, he offered proof of his legal status as a free man. Another African man was brought to Virginia aboard a frigate captured by privateer Captain Jones. According to the testimony, the Virginia General Court in July 1625, sometime around March of that year, the Flushing privateer Black Bess met with a small Spanish ship off the coast of Cuba and took a Negro and a Frenchman who came away with them willingly, and the Portuguese man to be their pilot out of West Indies. Captain Johns and some of the Black Bess crew split off to Captain Jones in a frigate and arrived at Jamestown on the 11th of July, 1625. The General Court ordered that the crew, including the Frenchmen, be sent to such places in the colony as they shall think fit, and ruled that Captain Francis West could purchase the ship from its captain for 1,200 pounds of tobacco. The Portuguese pilot was ordered to go to the neck of the land near Jamestown to abide until further order. The fate of the African man was not determined in July, and he was apparently laboring for Captain William Bass, pending the sale of Captain Jones. And on August the 12th, September, the court ordered that Captain Bass shall deliver some clothes to the Portuguese pilot, also brought by Captain Jones, out of Captain Jones' chest of clothes for his present use, which is to be satisfied out of that Negro's labor. The court then immediately ruled that the Negro that came with Captain Jones shall remain with the lady yearly till further order be taken for him, and he shall be allowed by the lady yearly monthly for his labor 40-pound weight of good merchantable tobacco for his labor and service, so as long as remained with her. However, on October the 3rd, the court ordered that the Negro called by the name of Braze shall belong to Sir Francis Wyatt, Governor and Co., as his servant, notwithstanding any sale of the Captain Jones to Captain Bass or any other challenge by the ship's company, and that neither Captain Bass shall be liable to his bill to Captain Jones, nor Captain Jones to his covenant of making good to the sale of Captain Bass. Apparently, Captain Jones plans to sell Braze to William Bass, but the court intervened to cancel the sale and assign ownership to Braze to the Governor Francis Wyatt instead. Wyatt sat on the court making the judgment. It's more to that story. We talking about an African man's labor. Period, point blank. So let me bring this up because y'all seen this earlier and it was highlighted. But it wasn't in depth. I ain't gonna find it right here. But we ain't talking about that idiot. But anyway, I'm gonna stop right here, man. I don't want to give y'all no more to work, man. I don't give y'all no more to work. I done did too much on here for about a couple of hours. Tyson, you came in here getting on my nerves, bro. But listen, man. I want to know if y'all got y'all copy yet. If you ain't got y'all copy of the book, what we talking about? Big up, Virginia. I see you. I see you, Cool Joe, in the chat. Big up, Virginia. Oh, So melanated, yeah. There's a lot of information to refute. This Sutek, Big Chief Indian River. That ain't gonna help them, Goose. That ain't gonna help them. They can run wherever they want to run. They can't run nowhere. They got, man. Listen, let's be honest, bro. The truth of the matter is this: like, we literally, we got them lined up, bro. They lined up. There's a lot of information in this bill, absolutely, but it goes back to, and let me just get off this real quick. So from Paleo-Eskimos, the Negroes, the Aboriginal Folktale, basically is I just gave you a sense of a historical timeline regarding the prehistoric, the pre-Eskimos, right? And then we walked them into. If y'all didn't pay attention, I took the Eskimos 5,000 years ago and walked them into groups of people that had told these Eskimos that they people been here for earlier than 10,000 or so years, right? But only the Paleo-Eskimo lost his culture by intermingling and interbreeding with these other people that been here long before them. And we ain't heard, not once, we ain't heard not a damn one of these dudes claim to be an Eskimo. Because you know they can't get away with that. They can't claim to be an Eskimo. They don't know none of the customs and traditions and none of that. They damn sure ain't the Paleo-Eskimos. So who are these people? If we know of the Paleo-Indian, we know of the Paleo-Eskimo, we know of the migrations from Siberia. We know of the East Asians that are also a part of that migrational pattern. If we know all of this shit because of archaeological records and evidence, how in the hell is the Aboriginal non-existing in any of this timeline from 21 to 23,000 years ago all the way up until 2017? Somebody help me out here. Where are the abos from 23,000 years ago all the way up until 2017? Where's the existence? It can't be genealogy. Can be genealogy. I'm finna tell y'all why it can't be genealogy, because I'm at that part of the show. I'm at that part of the show where I can be ignorant. So YK the Truth put out a video this morning. He kind of stole some of my thunder because I was going to bring this shit up. And he did a good job, a damn good job, because I was about to do it too. But I wanted to go further because I know Not a Coincidence have a lot of conversations with these dudes when it comes to genealogy. And so does Rob Bourne. So I was going to go find clips of all of these mofos with their genealogy. But most importantly, Port City played a video, and in the video that Port City played, and we showed it on Not a Coincidence's show, the dude is telling dude how he look up his he do his genealogy. He said that don't get discouraged when you see white people, because that's when the whole Robert Plecker shit come into play. So if you don't recall me starting the beginning of this video off with Robert Plecker and the whole play right there, some of this shit got to be making sense to you now. I need y'all to go get that, man. I ain't posting the link in the chat for no reason, bro. I am seriously asking y'all to go get that. Because what happens to Dane in this particular book shows you why you need to stay far away from him. And I know that all the elbows, they ain't gonna read it, and they ain't gonna do this, and they ain't gonna do that. And who cares if they don't read it? I care if you read it. Because I need you to read it. The significance of you reading it is monumental here. So hold on 1 second. Let me pull up port. Videos. Let me share my screen. Them boys be live on there. They be turning up.
I already brought the part about the hair. I already brought the part about the hair. That's so frequent. That's why to know I'm gonna do it. You say that you should be
advocate for these. No,
I'm saying go ahead, bro.
It's gonna continue to grow too. Like,
do y'all have any
Now, this is a brother that gets on the panel and he's requesting their assistance because, like we were talking about earlier, people are just they're trying to get more knowledge. They may be coming out of religion or something like that. Something, it could be some traumatic shit going on in their life, and they just want to, they're trying to pick themselves up for some reason. They seeking, they looking for knowledge. Everybody ends up here at some point in life, right? And this is what they decide to do to him when he's asking for their help. Watch this.
Yeah, what's good?
What's up, yeah?
What's up,
yeah, Nick?
What's up, Monte? Los? Man, I've been following y'all for a little while now. Probably about like a week or two now. I wanted to ask y'all, do y'all have any possible information you can share on any of the people all my people come from Mississippi. So I was trying to see, like, is it a specific region or tribe of our people that live down that way, or any way that I can connect? Because I'm trying to like figure it out.
This is fucked up.
Like, would anybody know where I should start?
Well, tribes is all.
Well, see, they got quiet because ain't nobody there. The people in Mississippi are the African descendants. That's who the fuck it is. So is there any way I can connect with the tribe? And they like, damn, ain't nobody there. So they waited, see who's gonna say something else. So where do I start? And now he saved their ass.
All the people from like Tallahassee, Mississippi, Greenwood, Mississippi.
You can look up what tribe stayed in that area. You could do your genealogy and then look up what tribe stayed in that area.
Mm-hmm.
You can also, if you, I think I told you before, you could talk to the oldest in your family, because that's really the best source. Cause
yeah, that's the only info they was able to give me. Pretty much on my mom and dad's side, they all come from different parts of Mississippi.
Have you
third and fourth generation
genealogy?
What you mean? Like I know you're talking about like the 23andMe thing, right?
No, that's blood. I'm talking about like genealogy, as in you going to get your records. You're going to get birth certificates to see where your folks are staying.
Nah. What would be the first steps to doing that?
You can go downtown. You can talk to the place where they stay with the records. You can type it in on, was it Ancestry?
What.com? Yeah, it's Ancestry.
Is it?
That's the only one I use so far.
Yeah.
I guess he don't remember.
And it'll pull up public records, but like private records, you would have to go to the actual spot but it'll pull up enough information to where you're able to narrow down a region, narrow down a name. You get that year and then place it in the vicinity of what was that area usually occupied by, and what certain tribe. But if you can't really find nothing, that's the tips I give you. If you can't find anything, I would say your people will still be ancient Mississippians, but to get that,
if you can't find anything, your people are still ancient Mississippians. What's the point of looking? Why are you trying to verify and get documentation? Even if you don't find it, brother, you still good with me. We Indians over here. Don't be discouraged.
The word that, I guess, peace of mind is very good to go do that.
So traditionally speaking, there isn't any Pacific Southern tribes from down there, from the South?
No. Well, yeah and no. Tribes always moved here and there, and you never know what particular tribe your people was a part of, because people always used to give, wives.
Rewind that back. Rewind that back. Y'all should.
No. Well, yeah and no. Tribes always moved here and there, and you never know what particular tribe your people was a part of, because people always used to give, wives.
So why do they hold up? So here's my question. So how do they argue with Africans talking about the tribe stuff? What tribe are you from? If he just sit here and said what he just said, well, you really ain't gonna know what tribe you from. Ain't that your same argument against us?
Yep.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah. They hypocrites. They walking hypocrites, y'all. Contradiction.
Gotta keep their damn game, man. And they looking like this is food. They looking like, yeah, we got to make sure we get them. I think we got another. We caught them saying, "Hey, brother, hold on, you can't convert them like that." We got to pull that clip up too. I forgot. But they got so much bullshit.
So look at Missouri, Mississippi, and Louisiana, because a lot of people move from Mississippi to Louisiana, and they carried on their tribes and lineage too. Now, how I did mine, I'll tell you step by step. What I did was I went to Ancestry.com. Do not do the DNA test. The reason I said
do not do the DNA test.
Wow. What's the point of going there?
First step, don't do a DNA test. Because that's what's going to fuck you up. That's what's going to expose that you African. He know, because y'all just seen the video, it fucked him up when he was in his debate. Get away from DNA, brother. That's going to fuck this whole up. Stay away
like
from
when you hear that, right? Step one. Remember how you hear that step one fucking song on TikTok? Step one. Don't take a DNA test. You niggas retarded.
From Mississippi, moved from Mississippi to Louisiana, and they carried on their tribes and lineage too. Now, how I did mine, I'll tell you step by step. What I did was I went to Ancestry.com. Do not do the DNA test. The reason I said do not do the DNA test was, one, they create diseases off your DNA that can set you up for a crime. And another, it's impossible to tell
Yes, indeed.
I know I didn't hear that. Look at Missouri, Mississippi, and Louisiana, because a lot of people move from Mississippi to Louisiana, and they carried on their tribes and lineage too. Now, how I did mine, I'll tell you.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember, being an Aboriginal, this is a folk tale. This is a folk tale. Look at how he's trying to help this dude become an Aboriginal. This is not it. I'm going to show you the other instance in case of this.
Tell you step by step. What I did was I went to Ancestry.com. Do not do the DNA test. The reason I said do not do the DNA test was, one, they create diseases off your DNA that can set you up for a crime. And another, it's impossible to tell you who you is because race and ethnicity is not biological. It's a misnomer. It's nothing, literally.
Like, how the fuck the DNA can set you up with a crime? Like, they just dropping your DNA at the crime scene. Yeah, sprinkle a little crack on it, you know?
Right? You at work, somebody planted your DNA somewhere. You on camera at work, clocked in. You know what I'm saying? You ain't nowhere near. How they gonna do that? What is he talking about? This is some made up sci-fi bullshit. And they make diseases out of it.
Now, pause. Now, y'all heard what he said, how he did it. He told the dude how to run down his shit, right? That's what he said. So let me go to last night's live stream. Not a coincidence. I mean, I really can just go to YK's shit, but I'm gonna do YK's front part last. Hold on, let me get to the back end of this video.
Just saying, we was taught that in school.
If it was some people talking about they were from Africa, they was probably actually from Africa, but they would be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you whereabouts from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas who claim y'all African, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you, brother.
All right, that's a great speech from the preacher, from the pulpit. But so if we listen to what Smoke said, before they created this school system to indoctrinate our folks in the early 1900s, nobody was talking about African. Well, guess what? Smoke Signal, he's been on the show plenty of times. He said that he is Chickasaw. He told us he was Chickasaw. So this is the Chickasaws in 1882. So in 1882, what are they talking about? They're making a petition. They're writing to the government because they feel they're not getting certain rights that they should be getting. So, but I want to point you to just one quick line, right? Because they acknowledge my God. They acknowledge something that Smoke is not man enough to acknowledge. Now, mind, this Chickasaw Freeman in 1882. This is who Smoke say is his people, right? In 1882, this is what it says: your memorials represent not only themselves, but also that class of persons known in the nation as persons of African descent, of which class there are about 3,000 individuals. So again, these are Chickasaw freedmen who are Smoke Signal's peoples, and they're admitting to being persons of African descent. Now, it's not just one person. It's not two people. It's not 100. It's 3,000 of them. So if we go by what Smoke said, this is before this indoctrination of the school system. So how are they coming to talk about they African?
Say that again. Say that again. Hold on. Say that again.
This is before your Rockefeller school system conspiracy theory. This is why I asked you for a date. You said the early 1900s.
What did it say about the Chickasaw?
Hold on. Are you listening to this part first? You gave a date of the early 1900s that nobody was talking about African before that. I gave you something before what you're talking about in 1882. This is way before you're talking about. And we have the Chickasaw. And I don't know why you're acting like you've never seen this before. I showed you this plenty of time. You have the Chickasaw freedmen admitting to being persons of African descent. And they say there's about 3,000 of them.
That shit blow that up, bro. I just need to be investigated.
It's been investigated. I gave you this shit about 3 times. have a video of us talking about it. So you don't remember this? You don't remember this?
Yeah, but I got some additional
document.
information.
Do you remember this document? Because you're
Not
acting like you
particularly.
never seen
It might have
before.
it might have been in one ear and not the other. Just like
You're really acting like you never seen this before.
Maybe I have. Maybe I have. I'm enlarge the print, brother.
What part you want me to enlarge? Because it won't. The whole thing won't fit in. So what do you want me? I mean, I already enlarged this one sentence I was telling you about. Can you see that better?
Would it say your memorial? What they say?
Memorialist.
Your memorialists represent not only themselves, but also that class of person known in the nation as persons of African descent. No, I want to go to the freedmen part. Where it say the freedmen?
It says it right up there. You don't see it?
He want to cherry pick, but he don't know what he looking at or reading. Shameful. Again, the folktale begins in 2017.
The memorial of Chickasaw Freedmen.
The memorial of Chickasaw Freedmen.
Yes.
And these freedmen were supposed to be Chickasaw?
Yes. Chickasaw and Choctaw.
Chickasaw and Choctaw, right?
Mm-hmm.
The freedmen were never adopted into the Chickasaw Nation or acquired any rights depending on such adoption. So there basically wasn't no Chickasaw freedmen. If you was a Chickasaw, you was a Chickasaw, brother. And my great-grandmother was a Chickasaw. So there were no freedmen adopted into that particular nation, brother. So yeah, you can take this garbage off the screen.
So why on your doors rolls of your ancestors it says that they're Chickasaw freedmen?
The freedman part is a complete fallacy because the Chickasaw never adopted freedmen into their tribe, brother. So if you are a Chickasaw,
Smoke signal. It says it on the record, smoke signal.
Brother.
He got that shit from that Kamal nigga. I just heard that Kamal dude talking
about
that.
You know what? He fucked up now. Watch this, yo. See, now he pissed me off. So I gotta go a step further.
Smoke signal, like getting his ass whooped on here, boy.
I'm gonna go a step further because, right? Let me see something. Now watch this. Now, smoke signal, you gonna make me go and find your people? Huh?
Please do.
All right.
Why is Lotus still in the damn chat? Like, nigga, you ran, bro. Like, get the hell on. He gonna run off the panel and then get in the chat.
He's crazy. I'm gonna get you.
He's still talking about that Illinois shit. Man,
yeah, he's talking about that Illinois shit.
Yeah, he didn't like that response when I said about the alignment.
Yo, Smoke say, you gonna make it easy for me, or I gotta find it myself? What's their name? I gotta go and find it.
Who? Matty Young.
Matty Young. It's Matty Lou Young.
Matty Young. I don't know no middle name.
What's the father or mother?
Born in 1894 or 1892. That'll narrow it down for you. Come on, what the hold up is?
You ain't telling me nothing. Man.
I said was born in 1894 or 1892.
It wasn't a James and Lizzie Young.
Yeah, James. That's the father.
That's the father, right? So okay, we got Maddie Young on here with James, Martha.
I don't know about no Martha. I don't know.
You don't know who's James' wife?
I don't know. I couldn't find it.
Oh, you couldn't find it?
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
I don't think this one is it. It's 388. I know it's 388.
What? No, not 88, 94.
No. The card number. The card number is 388.
Yeah, I believe they screwed my great grandmama history, man. They ain't want us to know. That's why I couldn't find her mama name.
I gotta go the other way. Birthday 1892. James, Lizzie Young. I think this is one.
Yeah, 1892.
Yeah, this is the one I was looking at before. Yeah, I had the wrong card number, but let me see. Can y'all see this? So as we clearly can see, it says Chickasaw Nation Freedmen Road. Remember, he tried to say that it don't say Freedmen.
No, I didn't say it don't say Freedmen. I'm saying the Chickasaw didn't accept Freedmen. They didn't adopt Freedmen.
Yes, they did. They was forced to. No. They was forced to. They was forced to, right, by the American government, or they was gonna lose certain things they had. But guess what we could see on Smoke Signal's family's Dawes Road? What we could see on his application. What does it say here? Slave of.
Yes.
They tell you who they was enslaved by.
Slave of who?
It says, I think it says Lucy Hawkins.
Lucy Hawkins. That's what it looked like.
Lucy who?
Like. Hawkins.
Lucy. Lenny Hawkins.
It looked like a Lucy. I don't know if it was, or it could be Lenny. It could be a Lenny Hawkins, yeah. Yes, so your Indian family was enslaved by Lenny or Lucy Hawkins. How do you feel about that, brother? Yeah, no, actually on the record it says Lucy. It says Lucy Hawkins on there. It's Lucy. That's what they got to translate as, Lucy. How you feel about that, brother?
I say further investigation is required.
Of course it is. Right, that's your favorite. That's your favorite thing. So
true statement, brother.
All right, so on the back of the card, right? They got something else. So let's look. So on the back of the card, right? This card is for James Young, right? So they got James Young here, and they're listing the James Young family. So this is James Young. He's the person who this card is about. Then they got his wife, right? And then they got his kid, his son, daughter, or daughter, son, daughter, son.
Who is he? He's supposed to be the slave of Lucy too?
No, he was not at this time, because this is at a later date. This is after slavery, brother. Right. So we got James Young, who was enslaved by Lucy Hawkins. Now on the back of the card, here we go. So we got, I think, to say Jim Young, which would be James' father. So name a father, James Young. And then they even tell you who the father's owner was. I can't make this out. Right. And then they have James Young mother. Right, with Edel Young. Right. And then they also tell you who she was enslaved by. She was also enslaved by Lucy Hawkins. So you come from a long line of enslaved people on both sides or whatever side.
Yeah, they look good on paper.
On paper, what do you? This is it, brother. You can't keep denying these records that you showing us.
No, I'm about to find out about Lucy Hawkins.
You need to.
Yeah. Until I can find out about Lucy Hawkins, I can neither confirm nor deny, my nigga. Because Lucy Hawkins got to turn out to be a Native American slaveholder, right? To substantiate that particular piece of paperwork right there.
Lucy Hawkins is a Native American, a slave.
No, you don't know that.
Family.
You
we
don't
do.
you don't know that, but you do not know Lucy Hawkins, bro. You do not know Lucy
So
Hawkins.
what do you think Lucy Hawkins is? She's white. What is she?
I don't know what she is. I'm telling you, I don't know. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm telling you, I don't know what Lucy Hawkins is, and I'm also telling you, you don't know what Lucy Hawkins is, because then you just got a name. You got a name up there that just says. You got a name up there that just says what? Slave holder or whatever, slave owner. That's not identifying Lucy Hawkins as anything else but a slave owner. It don't even say whether or not she was a Chickasaw.
But it's definitely saying that she enslaved the Yo people, right?
Well, she was a member of the Chickasaw Nation. She was a member of the Chickasaw Nation, regardless.
No, it don't say that though, brother.
I mean, she's being listed. She is listed on a Chickasaw Nation.
I'm not the dude that you can walk on a leash, my nigga. The document doesn't say that. Show me that on that document, brother.
So
you can't do that. What are we talking about?
Why would they say Chickasaw Nation if she's not in any way affiliated with the Chickasaw Nation?
Brother, all I'm saying is this is a random name that says slave owner. Additional information is required. It's dead on it.
What other additional information would you need?
Plenty of additional information, like her stock, who was her father, how did she acquire slaves?
Probably was.
I'm just saying. That'll be some pivotal information to substantiate a claim, my nigga. Other than that, I'm looking at words on a piece of paper.
I mean, that's not a claim, though. That's like evidence. It's not a claim. That's actual evidence. So you need to look into it and dispute it instead of just writing it off. It's ridiculous.
No, I said additional information is required. I ain't writing nothing off. You niggas is trying to make up a narrative surrounding this random ass name. Coupled with the fact that
why would she be listed with the Chickasaw Nation if she wasn't Chickasaw?
The Chickasaw didn't adopt freedmen into the tribe.
They did. That's why they have door rolls. They have to have the doors rolled.
Man, there was people paid to be on the dolls rolls, bro. What that mean?
So your people paid to be on the dolls roll?
I'm just saying it was people paid to be on the dolls roll. That's what I'm saying. So how valid can it be? What does that prove? You have people that was not Indians paid to be on there, brother. What does that prove?
Did your people pay to be on it?
No, they don't prove that.
So why are you bringing up?
But we know for a fact people pay.
He doesn't know how to qualify something as evidence, and he doesn't know how to review evidence. He denies all things. Remember, he gave us the name to this lady months ago, and we pulled it up and we showed him then that it was a white man that was overseeing the side of the family that he gave us last time. Now he sees that there's a woman. He slaved on both sides. White man, white woman. Both sides was purchasing and owning his people. And we told him that. And the freedmen are people of African descent. we told him the story. He doesn't know how to qualify it. So if it does not fit his narrative, he rejects it and just says they're just words on a piece of paper. That's his MO. But it gets worse because they go back to talking about this a little bit more, and then there's something else that shows up here. Not a coincidence, finds a picture of the lady. And so I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit so I can show this other part that I want to show.
And that's why he really claiming to be, he want to be connected to the slave master. I mean, the psychologist.
Yeah, somehow he's trying to make it that that's their family and that's just the head of the household. Well, it don't say that. it actually says slave of. It don't say family of.
Yeah, God dang, man. He's still holding on.
Yeah, well, when you look into the etymology of family, it'll let you know what
it doesn't say family, brother. It don't say family. It says slave of. It says slave of. It says slave of.
Is you preaching? Is you preaching, brother? Because I'm not gonna donate no tithes and offerings.
No, you preaching.
I'm just letting you know. I mean, you can do your sermon, but I ain't got no tithes and offerings. Just let me know when you get through.
I mean, you really don't got nothing to say, brother.
I know you don't.
You really don't. But go ahead. I'm through. Go ahead.
When you look into the etymology of family, you will see the word slave, my nigga.
That's your final answer.
They don't go with y'all doctrine though, right?
No, I mean you can find instances with people who aren't slaves on there, and their family aren't listed as slaves. Their family aren't listed as slaves.
Let me know when you get through preaching, brother. Does that go
No,
against your doctrine?
I'm not preaching. The fact is, you can find census records of free people where their family are not listed as their property. So to talk about some etymology of a word is insignificant. I mean, come on, man. That's a terrible argument.
You know, I also free black Negroes that own slaves too.
Oh my God, damn.
But this chick was a Native American Chickasaw Indian.
No, you ain't proved that shit. You ain't proved that shit.
Why not? Why is that not proof?
Listen, for 30 minutes of this conversation, maybe longer than that, he moves the goalpost from one argument to another. Yeah, it's about almost 30 minutes of back and forth regarding this dude, and now he's saying what he just said. But there was black people that own slaves too. The goalpost keeps moving. A new goalpost in a different stadium that we got to kick the field goal through. And watch this.
You said that you can look at it. It says she's a Native American.
No, because I can confirm what Matty Young looked like. Now you got to confirm what Lucy Hawkins looked like, because Native Americans have a certain phenotype.
Someone using phenotype but denies evolution. It behooves me.
For what? I mean, why don't you know?
Why don't you know? Is the better question, because you're making the outlandish claim. He is indeed a
No,
Native
I'm not
American.
making an outlandish.
You looked at her name.
I'm looking at the picture and assuming that somebody's telling the truth.
Brother, you looked at her name.
Look at her name. Her mother had
Let me know when you get through
name.
preaching, brother. Let me know. I don't got no ties and offering, but let me know when you get through preaching. Go ahead.
That is hilarious. The ties and offering.
What type of name? You see the mother's name. Could you tell us what you saying? That's not a Native American name?
What, Hawkins?
No, the mother.
Newberry?
Are you looking at the screen?
Where's the? I'm looking at the screen. Where's the mother's name?
It's right under Hawkins. It's right under father.
Hold up. Mother. I can't see that. I can't see that.
What about now?
Shatlaki. That was her name?
Yes.
That was the mother's first or last name?
Brother, that's the mother's name. On the
first
document.
Last name.
Who
Man,
knows?
the chicken saw that high last
That's
name
the
and put a
mother's
European
name
out
on
there
the
name.
document, brother.
God damn,
Is that her
man.
first or her last name? Like that's very
Man,
important. Very
That's
important.
the name. Listen,
Look,
she
is
might not
that-
have a last. That's the name, brother. That's the name. Listen, it's not very important. The question is the name that you see, not the names that you don't see. The names that you see, is that a Native American name?
I never heard a Native American go by that name. Yeah, you ever heard of a Native American go by that name? Do we need to pull up common Native American names to see if that's on there?
Names like that.
Do we need to pull up common Native American names to see if that's on there, brother? Because I never heard of a Native American.
Why are we talking about common? Why are you throwing it in the name common in there?
What?
You can click on her. See who her people were.
Yeah, go ahead. Do your investigation.
That's the people that own your family, bro.
Okay,
You
yeah.
should know their history too.
Let's see. I just want to see who that is.
And she Hawkins.
I want to see if Shalak. I want to see if Shatlakli. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Shalak.
No one knows.
Shatlak.
Because you're not. None of us are Chickasaw. That's like we don't know how to pronounce.
Shatlaki. I want to see if that's a Native American.
Hold on.
That's
Here we go. Dun, 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 dun.
Smoke Signal. Why don't you look her up too?
Dun, 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 dun. Watch the goalpost move.
Before you forget how to spell it.
The goalpost is about.
Nah, he doing something else. He trying to he investigating Lucy Shalatiki, whatever the fuck that shit said. I mean,
There go Lucy Hawkins. There, you wanted the picture, right?
Okay. Maybe they could be found.
You wanted a picture, right? So no, she ain't black. Now you want to see where I got the picture from?
Yeah, where you get that picture from?
Oh shit! Yeah, almost backed up out this mother.
Hey.
Hold on. So you wasn't paying attention. So let's go step by step, right? Let's go step by step. So here we at the record, right? Here we at the record, right? Shalaki, whatever. So I went right here. Find others who are researching Shah, Shalaki, and public members' trees. So I'm going to members' trees. All right, so I go here. Right up here, we got the name. It's in the Gray family tree. Spouse Hawkins died in 1897. So we know this is what we talking about, right? Remember, family was Hawkins. So here, we in the family tree here, right? Now look, remember, this is the same record we had before. This is the same record. So we know we're dealing with the same people, right? But so we got Shalaki, then we got Hawkins. It's the father, this is the daughter right here. So we're in somebody's tree who has, right, all the information, right? Even here, what does it say here? Race, Indian, 1900 federal census, right? So yes, they're a Native American. And then here, look. So we got the records, brother. You just don't know what you're talking about. So yes, this is who who enslaved your family.
Blow that picture up because she don't look like no Native American to me. They look like an old white lady. They look like an old white lady.
That's fine.
And
guess
you
what?
You have your prejudices.
Yeah, but guess what? All the records say. The
That's a
records
white
say.
lady. So you know that's
The
a false
records
image.
say
That's a
she's
white
American
lady,
Indian. That ain't a white lady. That's an American Indian who owned a Chickasaw Indian who owned your peoples, brother. With the records, we got the records to prove it. Ain't that your favorite thing, Cujo? Don't they love to say they got the records?
Yeah, there you go, right there in front of you, your genealogy.
So
Thank
this is
you,
what I'm saying. We do real genealogy over here. We don't do that fake shit, bro.
All right, now I need to see her with Maddie Young or James Young.
I just showed you on the record. It says it on. It says it on.
I need to see this lady with her slave James Young.
On the record, it says it on the record.
I need to see her.
Oh, you want to see a picture with all of them together?
Right. I want to see her with the
Yo,
slave.
this nigga.
So the goalpost.
He moved.
I want to see her with the
to a
slaves.
whole nother stadium.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
He took the goalpost to a whole nother stadium.
I want to see her with her slave.
Nah, he didn't take it to another stadium. He just moved the stadium. He moved the stadium. First he was playing on a middle school field. Then he went to a high school field. Then he went to a college. Now he's on a professional football field. That's how many times in 30 minutes he has moved the goalpost on you. He just said, F moving the goalpost. I'm just going to move the field. So Nada C continued to go into the records. And after he goes into the records, it just becomes what it becomes. So now it brings us to this morning. And remember when I told y'all this is a folktale that started in 2017, I ain't making it up.
What's good? It's your brother YK the Truth. Now, these abos don't really believe in genealogy.
So they was putting chains and placed at the bottom of a boat and transported to a foreign country, right?
Yes,
and
your people were.
No, my people was owning the slaves, nigga.
How you know?
Because I can prove it.
Prove it.
I don't have. Listen, I don't have. Listen, dude. I'm living like an Aborigine. I have nothing to prove to your African ass, nigga.
All right.
We already told.
He got to stop the cap. He is not living like no Aborigines or none of that shit he just claimed. He got to stop the cap.
You, brother, we already showed the proof. I already showed you. My grandfather had 1,000 acres from Florida all the way to Georgia, nigga. And when I see
who's seen records or land deeds of his grandfather owning 1,000 acres in Florida? Who's seen them? Primitive One is all get out African.
Seen that? That shit blew my mind.
Oh my God! Wow!
It blew my mind, my dude.
How many documents and records you got that say you American Indian?
How many documents? How many documents I don't have that say I'm an African? None. None. I have none. You have none.
I got
no direct people from you already pulled that again, and you already got shut down.
So if I pull up my record right now, and they say my 5th great grandparents were born in Africa, what you gonna do?
So all right. So before you pull that document up, was your 5th great grandparents born in Africa?
Yes.
How you could prove it?
Because on the 1880 census, it says their birthplace was Africa.
Who made the census?
Oh boy.
The 1880 federal census.
Who made the census? What was they black people or was they white people?
What did you say? All right. They don't believe in genealogy.
Now, you just heard from Aboriginal Power, right? I mean, not Aboriginal Power, Primitive One. And this is a consistent pattern of behavior with them. One minute they accept records, the next minute they don't accept records. One minute the evidence, the genealogy is this, or the census is so important, and then the next minute the census is no longer important because it is it is not helping substantiate their stories. So there's one more instance that I need to show on here. Where is it at? Not a coincidence. Where is it? Were they in denial about this shit? Hold up. I got it.
Stop making shit up, bro. You're making shit up. This shit is ridiculous.
You gonna stop us? You gonna stop us from making shit up?
No, I can't stop you from doing anything, but I like that you're acknowledging that you're making. Stop making shit up, bro. You're making shit up. This shit is ridiculous.
You gonna stop us? You gonna stop us from making shit up?
No, I can't stop you from doing anything, but I like that you're acknowledging that you're making. Stop making shit up, bro.
So, just right there, and that's smoke signal. The same dude that just sit here was doing the whole denialism thing. Like, these dudes have a continuous pattern. Like, I wish, because I don't go on those Abo channels, but I wish that I could have been like clipping this shit up to show y'all how they rely on records. And then when you use the same records that they rely on, it changes the whole game. It changes the whole game. Is this the one? I can't remember. Let me hold up. Cause see, look, not a coincidence had this shit up before. He went to the same source before. Same one before. Is this a show with and he got smoke signal on the panel. Same source before. But this ain't what I want to look at right now. I'm looking for the what that dude at, yo? Which one is it? Is it this one? I don't know. It's like at the beginning of the show, Buddy come on the panel. Might be this. Might be this. Nah, it's damn Andy. Boy, Andy be everywhere, yo. What's the name of the show, Not a C? What's what up, Pure Black? Where your boy? What's the one with Primitive One where he comes on the panel and he's talking this shit and he just running his mouth? Yo, I can't even remember. There's so much of this pseudo shit. Hold on, let me see if you got the pseudo shit on here.
So look, check this out. How you doing though, Billy? Man, hold on one second. How you doing today, my brother Billy? You good?
Oh no, you trying to play with words. Shit is crazy. It literally says Native Americans, which means these people's slavery is a piece of history.
So look,
of that has been glossed over. Fisher said between 1492 1880, between 2 and 5.5 million Native Americans were enslaved in the Americas. All the Americas. In addition, in addition to 12.5 million, just like Slave Boy just said. So you're wrong about saying
I'm wrong.
that Slave Boy just changed the number. Yeah, I'm glad you said it right. Go ahead, we can move on.
They need to see an African, and they need to see an Indian, and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community, and people don't even know it. Goofy.
I know you guys saw my Spark the Euro videos. Just wanted to remind everybody before I start today, when we're talking about when you hear white servitude or European, don't automatically think so-called white or pale skin. There was melanated, dark-skinned Europeans. This is information in history they never told us. I mean, we kind of knew, but it's really deep. And we got to start correcting history. We got to start putting it in their face more and more and more. It doesn't matter how many times they're going to say cultural vultures or this is history. This is true. All right? This is Charles V right here.
So that's the problem. They want to make up this thing like Black Europeans. So he shows you fake DNA tests from a lizard, from a TikTok that's satire. He also tells you about things like this. That portrait, right? This is not Charles V. This portrait was made by this man, right? And it's titled A Portrait of a Black Man, right? And it says deciphering John's Mozart portrait of an African man reveals the presence of Black bodies within Europe court circles and hints at their positions within them. Right? There's nothing about Charles V like Coromeo tried to say. Nothing about Charles V. I'm saying him again.
Vultures or this is history. This is true. All right? This is Charles V right here.
So no, it's not Charles V, Coromeo. You lying to everybody. I bet you he can't show where that picture comes from. Right? This guy's from the Netherlands. So look, Dutch portrait of an African, circa 1525, 1530. That's not Charles V. But this is what they do. This is what they do. But he's not the only one that does that. A1 does it too. But A1, he likes to. So who's copying from who? A1.
Because the Romans called the whole continent Africa.
The Romans was Negroes.
No, they wasn't. This shit is weird.
Charles V. So Charles V.
is weird.
My dude.
This shit is weird.
Charles V. So Charles V. wasn't a Roman emperor.
Yeah, he was white too, nigga. Fuck out.
Look
how you want to run to something else. Look how you want to.
I'm not running to nothing.
So, like I told y'all at the beginning of this episode, the whole Aboriginal movement is a folktale. Look at how they're rewriting history. Spearheaded by one of their pseudo-judos, Coromeo or whatever the case, and then allow this people that never have any evidence, A1, AP, Top Cats, Queef Holiday, Donatello Dane, and Ali Muhammad, who changed his name to Amaru X or whatever the hell he want to call himself now. It's all bullshit. It's the mythical story for me that these dudes put together and try to argue every day. It's some new bull junk every day.
We're gonna show and prove. Since you want
All
to
you
sit
gonna
there
do
and
is
say,
run around.
okay,
So
great.
show a portrait of him.
So great,
Show a portrait
great,
of him.
great.
Show a
I'm
portrait of him.
gonna show a portrait of him right now.
What you gonna show is a white man on the interest list. Now show a portrait of him.
All right, I'm about to show you one.
He's still white.
I'm about to show you one.
I know. That's not him. Now that's a
one.
lie.
So this is not him, right?
No, absolutely not.
So this
Nope.
is not him, right?
Nope. No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That is not him.
Okay,
Prove
I know.
it.
But you don't want it to be him. You don't want
They
it
wonder
to
medicine that's not having any study.
You don't want it to be him.
It's
You don't
not
want
him.
this
You
to be him.
making that
You see,
up.
hey, look, everybody in
because the Romans.
So the A1 and Corey Mayo go to the same school? Like, what are they getting this from? So now they got to prove that's Charles V. They got to prove that.
People that just come up here need.
Yo, Cut.
Has the percentage changed?
What
No, it's
percentage?
still less than 0.1%. Oh, okay.
What
But King Cat,
what
but
percentage is
not a
that?
coincidence.
Okay.
Not a coincidence.
See if the test has
What
it changed.
percentage is that?
The
What
accuracy
percentage?
of the test. The accuracy
That's where
of
you're
the
wrong at.
test.
Hold on, that's where you're wrong at. When that 0.01% is not the accuracy, you're wrong. You're wrong.
So what's the accuracy? What's the accuracy of the test? Tell us.
99.99%. That's the accuracy.
Can I show you?
Boy, you smoking crack.
Oh, you gonna stand on that? You
Y'all
gonna
are
stand right
bugging.
now? You lying.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Okay. You said that's not true. Now it's 99%. Can you provide that evidence in the back chat first, please, before you go any further? And then, hold on, wait. Here's the point. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Wait. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. If you can't provide that, I got you. You're gonna have to leave the panel because we're not talking DNA no more. Now I understand we provided that, but wait. You not providing anything. Oh no. Start from 99%, brother. Start there. I don't want to do all that.
It's in there. What are you talking about? It's in
Okay,
there.
well, go directly to that and point it out for us right now, sir.
I'll read it for you right now, and then I want to.
Okay, go ahead.
Because you wasting time. Hold on.
Hey, Cut. Here, T-Sean.
So here we go. Look,
I'm listening,
So,
man. Hold on one
are
second,
you
though.
listening?
I think you said something in the private. I'm gonna look at that.
So look, I'm about to read this for Chief.
Hey, Cut. I'll share the screen, Cut. Oh, my bad, man. I forgot people, man. T-Sean whoop. I'm sorry. I'm not looking at the bottom.
Nah, you
I
good,
apologize.
big bro. You good.
All right,
Y'all want me to read this or not?
What's the word?
So look, check this out. How you doing though, Billy? Man, hold on one second. How you doing today, my brother Billy? You good?
Niggas can't hear me or something?
I just heard somebody now.
Can you hear me?
Hey, Rap, did you read that? And Chief Holiday, did y'all read that link? Not a coincidence post. Yo, this nigga lies so fucking bad. That shit ain't mentioned nothing about a 99% accurate, 50% accurate. Yo, this nigga's a fucking liar, bro.
Man, why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying.
Told y'all. It's a religious. Listen.
Hey, not a coincidence. Guess what? I'm gonna give you this. Wait. You got it. Say what you want. Yeah, right. Yep. All that. I'm not debating you, bro. I'm not doing that. No. Not you.
These dudes are liars. They're liars, yo.
Not a coincidence is a major factor.
They're liars, yo.
And feces that long without it
Here we go.
affecting them.
Listen to me. Listen. When I tell you they make shit up, I meant everything that I say. That's the only reason I'm still alive right now. Is because this is a folk tale. In their writings, everything it's a folk tale. They have no history, no existence, no evidence that supports a multitude of people outside of the Africans that were imported here, brought here against their will, whether it be directly from West Africa or up through the Caribbeans into the Americas. So that's South Central and the Caribbean islands, where they would bring us up from there. Seasoned. They call those Africans down there in Brazil seasoned. When the white man was building their shits, their plantations in the colonies, they wanted seasoned Africans to work their plantations after they deemed the Indians unfit. They used the word seasoned Africans. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's because you don't read enough. You don't read enough. I'm about to show you what I meant by seasoned. I don't make shit up. They forced Africans to adapt to new working and living conditions, to learn a new language and adopt new customs. They called this process seasoning, and it could last 2 or 3 years. For Africans weakened by the trauma of the voyage, the brutality of this process is overwhelming. I don't make shit up.
Hold on, before I show that, let me show this real quick. Because this is, the ignorance is crazy, man. But yeah, here we go. Let me show this real quick. So it's a clip they was talking about slave ships and how people was possibly living on slave ships, and they just can't believe how it was done. So let's listen to this, y'all.
Feces and piss becomes a combustion itself. That's what people don't realize. Nobody can leave feces and be around piss and feces that long without it affecting them. It becomes a combustion.
Why? How come I know this? And I don't claim to be no fucking smart ass guy. He's the dumbest fucking tool in the box. And here it is, the dumb tool, the dumbest tool, know that you can't sit on your ass all day.
Ain't not a coincidence. Where did it? What?
It will break
not
down.
A coincidence that they clean them.
That, hold on, I'm gonna have it. It will break down.
My bad. I gotta.
What it does, it breaks down the tissue, and it starts to die. And once that tissue starts to die, it starts to cave in. And once it caves in, if you don't have the goals, and feces and piss becomes a combustion itself.
So, damn, where's it at? So I left a comment in the chat, right? And then where's it at? Oh, boom. Well, anyway, I said that they clean them, and they had a problem with me. Said that they would bring them up to the deck every day and they would clean them. But somebody said, well, if they brought them up to the deck, how come nobody revolted when they did that? And that was the time when a lot of revolts happened, right? And for instance, this is one, the revolt of the Marlboro, the uprising, right? But let me just show this part. It says, to keep them presentable enough to be sold in the West Indies, Cod ordered that his human cargo be washed. Most of the crew took to the task of washing the enslaved with tubs of swabs on deck. A few were set aside sentries behind the barricado, right? So they say precisely what happens next is unclear, but that's when the slave revolt was initiated during that time. Yeah, Sutek, they definitely did revolt. But I was just looking at my clips and that shit just really bothered me. I didn't really get to address that. I couldn't go on the panel that day, but they probably wouldn't let me show the source anyway. The way they've been acting lately, they just want to disrupt everything. But back to the reason we're here. And again, that revolt was the revolt of the Marlboro. So you can look that up if you want to learn more about that. Yep, revolt started in Africa before. Yep, some started in the forts, on the vessels. Listen, they fought every step of the way. Every step of the way. Like, so it's just silly for them to say that. So yeah, Squalor, I feel you on that. He don't know too much, but so we're gonna play it. We're gonna pause it when we hear something we want to talk about.
That's A1.
Oh, if anybody want to come up, y'all can come up too. I'll put the link in the chat. I'm gonna put it again.
That's a Tonsiness one right there.
All right, A1 is in the building as well. So, man, y'all got the floor, man. Y'all got more people might be dropping by, right?
Of course.
Okay, let's get it in, man. Y'all got the floor.
Let me just say, appreciate you, Si, for giving us the platform. You know, it's been a long time coming. Shout out to the platform. Shout out to the House of Consciousness. We appreciate y'all having us today.
Yada yada yada, nigga. Get on with the shit.
For any information dealing with DNA to help support all
traditions and customs that our forefathers passed down to us, right? Knowing our genealogy, knowing who we descend from and who we come from and our connection to these lands. Like, these are cultural attributes that are found in indigenous people all over the world. So I don't think it's too much different from that, from my opinion. And y'all want to take that?
Go ahead.
No, you can I'll get behind you, bro.
No, man. When we're dealing with styles of culture, there's going to be cultural practices that's going to be similar, and there's going to be some that distinguish some from different culture. Ultimately, these people share pretty much the same culture. You feel me? It's different things being done in this landmass at different times.
No, that is not true. People just do not know. Not the same. No.
Friends, we're not primitive living people. When you're going to see that by the end of this live stream, we're going to show you source after source of how the so-called Aborigines, right? I don't like using the term Indian per se, because there's other people on the Eastern Hemisphere and all over the world that attach themselves to that term. You feel me? Only a few people uses the term Aboriginal. It applies to being the first on this planet. And science says the description of the first people on this planet. And the first people of America.
Is that what science say? Or does science take you to the people that are from down under?
Africans lived an advanced way. They didn't live a primitive lifestyle.
Advanced? Negro, do you not know that they were hunter-gatherers? They came across the Bering Strait as hunter-gatherers. They've been hunting and gathering in small packs, groups of 50.
And you're going to see that throughout some of the illustrations that we got today. So, you know, let's get it.
Yeah, you know, just to piggyback off what my brothers just said, you know, all across this planet, you know, every civilization give credit to a higher understanding of creation that created everything for them to be able to come to this understanding of civilization and agriculture and everything. But to touch on your first one about the Hebrew brothers and stuff, me personally, because this is really just a personal choice as far as like spiritual system. I call myself a Hebrew, but not in the context that the Hebrew camps do. Like they are.
So he a Hebrew too, not a coincidence? He an indigenous Aboriginal and a Hebrew too, not a coincidence? This is the same dude that said he saw Olmec heads in a rock. In Northern California on a hiking trail. This who we listening to, Sonetta? This is what you're promoting on your channel? And you're calling it information?
Myself, Native Americans and Hispanics and shit from Mexico, I don't believe that those are our brothers. As far as according to the teachings of the Hebrew faith.
Now, he just ruled out the Mexicans and all of them other motherfuckers. He is claiming they are not his brothers. Right? So he's making a clear distinguishing effort. Ladies and gentlemen, when you put everything that I showed to you today, he's making a clear effort to say that the Paleo-Indian, the Indian, the Paleo-Eskimo, the people that been here, them people are not his brothers. So this is what I mean by they're making up shit and they don't have the evidence to support it. They're no different than the faith of the dude he's claiming. This Aboriginal movement is a folktale. It is a born religion. All they need is a congregation. These people here are every bit of stupid.
Just to be honest, but you know, I see it from a different perspective.
Yo, I always kind of felt he linked towards that religious ideology. Most of them do anyway. You can hear it when they talk, because it's always they're always referring to Egypt, but it occurs 30% in their population. The Nigerians have it 70% that they're just saying it comes from Nigeria because it's a high frequency.
You know, come with an open mind and let the evidence be what it is. All right, so the first thing we're going to talk about today is Mongolian spots. I'm not sure how many of y'all are familiar with.
Now, we did a whole show on Mongolian spots, and this is an older bill, but he really doesn't deal with the information the way that it needs to be dealt with. So it's really a detriment. And I don't want to replay this old video for that case because I was looking for something else. But my point is that he starts with Mongolian spots. The other brother says that he's Hebrew and he's indigenous Wabo, right? They say all of this. So I'm showing you that they don't have their shit together. And there's even a video on Not a Coincidence's channel where Aboriginal Power or somebody is claiming that they need to get their shit together before they debate or talk to us. Because right now they don't have their shit in order. And this is what I mean. If you got to get your lie straight amongst all of y'all, that itself poses a problem to your initiative, your agenda. Yo, Lucky. So 4 months ago, Lucky, look what's on the screen, Lucky. 4 months ago, Blackfoot Man's Indians oldest. Yeah, right here, Lucky. We told you, we showed you that shit a while ago, bro. You wasn't fucking with us, bro. You wasn't fucking with us. You gonna say you was high. You gonna say all kind of pseudo shit. You had been smoking and yada, yada, yada. But look, 4 months ago, Lucky.
Honestly, she was cool. So why would you trip?
Yeah, for real.
Easy money.
Up here in Northern California, man.
Hey, I fucks with the Bay. I want to go. California is beautiful, bro. California,
y'all know y'all fucking the stream up. Y'all know y'all fucking the stream up, right?
Oh shit.
Nah, they good.
Y'all fucking the stream all the way up, man. This is my fault because I started this shit.
You
out there, people watching.
Sean, we put that work in already. We chilling right now, man. We put that work in.
When I was we done ran all the Aboriginals off. You ain't lying when I was in.
But I just wanted to show, you know what I'm saying, that one time for Lucky. I did get on the stream, fuck the whole stream up. I done changed the whole subject. I done had these boys everywhere. But this is the Dan Calloway shit right here.
Lotus is hey, Lotus, yeah, give us a breakdown, Lotus.
Negroes, so many African Americans are confused. We won't address all the misleading DNA tests being provided to connect African Americans to.
Yeah, what is this? And like,
that's the dude from Fiverr. This is who Dan Calloway used to make his earliest videos. This is how he got all of those people attention. by deceiving them. So real quick, y'all don't remember when he was doing his "I'm just here to make you think" videos, right? It was some people on there. So let me share my tab, and I'm gonna show you. Does this guy not look familiar to you? It ain't pulling up. Oh, it's loading. Ah, shoot. Does he not look familiar to you? These dudes, they don't look familiar. Dan Calloway was using this website, Fiverr, and using this dude right here. This dude, green screen, to make your shit look real, bro. Look. See? So this is their way of creating breaking news videos. If you go back and you look at Dane's "I'm just here to make you think" shit, this dude broke the story of the black people being indigenous to the Americas. You get the premium, you pay $185, you tell them what you want the shit to say, and then you push it out to the people once they get done with it, and you put it in your video to start all of your shows. There you go. Y'all couldn't see the shit at first. But you put his shit on there and all of your shows, yo. And he send you the video back and you handle your business. This is how he was deceiving the community. This was 2017. He paid this dude, yo. He paid them for this shit. He paid for this shit, bro. There's no lie. He paid for this shit. Let me go back to the main screen real quick. Show y'all some shit. So this is what he did. He grabbed any of these people right here. They'll shoot you a little green screen video. They'll say whatever it is that you wanted to say, and then he'll air it at the beginning of his shows or toward the end of his shows. And this is how he drew people in. He used Fiverr. He used the people off this website. And I wish that we could see like some of the work that they done, because they put some shit out. They put some shit out, yo. And what they do is they'll make the video, then they'll put it in the chat. I forgot my sign in shit. Let me see if it's still on, if it's on this laptop. No, I ain't got it. But this is where the whole lie starts, bro. Fiverr. From that page. Dirty son of a bitch. See, it's the same person that I just showed y'all on the Fiverr shit. It's the same dude. Look.
You see him like his words ain't even matching with his lips. What is this?
I can go. We can go back
Yeah,
and forth right
whatever.
now. But
Like,
you got your shit. I'm willing to go right now. It ain't
When?
hard for me. Now, are you deaf?
Have you did your DNA, your genealogy?
Now,
Nigga goofy in the bitch.
we can go now.
You say, see, like lucky,
Like,
when you
check it.
actually look
I can hit this button on my screen and it says, "Stream this to your audience." And my channel will be live.
No,
you didn't learn it.
honestly, I studied above
Nah,
that.
he played ball too, Joe.
You trust them why?
Look. Voice over Pete. That's his name. He do the Fiverr videos. Fiverr bands voice over Pete. So hold up, let's look that up. He got banned. Voice over Pete got banned. Look, y'all. Look. This who Dane used. This who Dane used. Look, attention gamers, Fiverr bans voice over Pete. This is the same dude in Dane videos. Okay, you think I'm lying? You think I'm lying? I ain't gonna play the video because he's gonna try to copyright us and shit. Look, listen to me. Hold up. Nah, that's today's show shit. That boy is his deception game is trill. Golly, he finna make me have to go all the way back like to 2017. Somebody got this video, yo. I think Garfield or somebody got it. He used voice over Pete, bro. We can't make this shit up. Who remembers the voice over Pete videos that he used, yo? That blew his spot. He got all of his people off the voice over Pete. In these earlier videos right here, one of these got the voice over Pete's. Soon as he got a little YouTube money. Soon as he look, this nigga done made motherfucking Shannon Sharp a fake elbow. Voice over Pete somewhere, yo. I ain't making this shit up. He got voice over Pete somewhere in here. And he been deceiving us this long. Like straight up and down. Let's go to his website. I don't know his website name, so shit. Find this trash ass nigga somewhere. Oh, let me go back. Let's go back to YouTube. He had voice over Pete on the website. I wonder if he took the video down of voice over Pete. Come on, yo. Click on this nigga shit so I can go. Books, films, podcasts. You can't even get on this nigga website and try to find shit. Shit's so fucked up. Talking about films. These supposed to be films by him, yo. This nigga's trash, bro. This nigga trash. Music, failed hip hop artist. What an old website, man. I don't want this website. What an old website at? DaneMakeYouThink.com. That ain't what I want. I want the I'm just here to make you think joint. And where that video at, nigga? I know you got it on here somewhere. Where it's at? That man cleaned up his website, yo. He done cleaned up his website. He didn't get voice over Pete off of it. Hold up. He didn't clean the website up. I just went looking, I couldn't find it. So let me get it. Dang, there we go. Haven Bullets. I know I can get it out here. Yo, Haven, do not strike a channel, yo. You ain't even been making no videos in quite some time. So watch this.
Haven Bullets, and today I gotta expose Wake Up Indigenous Ninja. I think that's how you say ninja. Whatever. Wake Up Indigenous Ninja. I gotta
let me skip all that.
Well, 5 days and then
look. They use voice over P, bro. Y'all don't believe me? There you go, right there. All of them was using voice over P. Look, they all using voice over P. We can't make this shit up. This is how they was selling us the information. This video 4 years old, and we've been telling people.
I'm April Massey.
We broke it on Garfield shit. Dagger Squad. I was like, hold on, this voice over Pete, yo. We gotta go back. So Haven, you have been making some videos. So I ain't know. You've been in your own lane. Fighting Tariq now. Hold on, let us go. We gonna get there. Watch. 2 years ago. The 2 years gonna go by. Haven was attacking everybody. 2 years ago. Come on, yo. You weren't doing that many videos 2 years ago. All right, now we at 3. And he on Yvette now. He was on Yvette now hard. So there's gonna be a lot of videos on Yvette and Young Pseudo. Umar, Young Pseudo, and Yvette. And Tariq, he bang on them. Showing y'all, it's a myth, yo. Their whole shit is a game. Y'all seen what Dane was trying to sell the Moorish bullshit. He still got it on his website. Sovereignty packages and shit. What the fuck is up with that? But I swear, voice over Pete for 5 years. 2023. What up, Fi? You late, bro? Late as hell, bro. That's your last video, bro? All right, let me get up off this.
Peace. My name is.
That's one of your channels. Look, here we go. Once the news broke, everybody
generally be confused. Why am I saying this? Well, there's something else, for example, that you might have noticed. You might have noticed that in one of Dane Calloway's videos, he actually plays a video. This is hilarious. So now you got to see this one. He plays a video that purports to be a white news person actually agreeing that African Americans were Native Americans. Listen to this piece and then we'll describe it.
Hello, I'm William Attlee, and this is a...
Ain't this the same dude I just showed you on Fiverr? Didn't I just show you this dude on Fiverr? Now, I know how Jabari got this information, because if the information was sent to Jabari didn't have this initially. This was brought to Jabari's attention and shared with him.
Brief with truth. See the men on the screen. They are the ancestors of the African American, but there is a problem. their true identity. Thomas McNeely has the story.
Well, William, the African American community is deeply divided due to the tagline, African Americans ain't Africans, which can be found in numerous places on the web. Now, it should be obvious as to why it's causing a commotion, but if it escapes you, let me explain. The current American education states African Americans were brought to America as slaves from Africa, which is simply not true. They are American indigenous, not descendants of Africans. As they say, the truth is stranger than fiction.
See, he used voice over Pete. And Jabari goes in on it. You know what I'm saying? He goes in on it. And then even in the same video, not to say that he didn't give credit, because I think in the same video, he does acknowledge or give credit, but here's voice over Pete again.
This product's much the same way I'm speaking with you now.
Advertising, right? Something totally different. So Jabari brings that up. This video is old, but somebody else just copied it off Sonetta. It's over a year old, and brings that up. So I don't stop there, because that ain't the only time that he used voice over Pete. But my problem is that that's how he hooked people. Okay? So now that this book is out, the response is ready. His book is out. The response is ready. It's right here. Same Tree, Different Branch Publishing. Get your copy. Everybody ain't got this. Come over here. Get your copy. Hit the link in the chat. Hit your copy. Get it now. Get your copy now, ladies and gentlemen. If you ain't got your copy, get your copy now. A friendly $5. We talking a friendly $5 to refute Dan Calloway's book. It was told in reverse, the untold truth about the transatlantic slave trade. It's death to do, man. It's death to do, man. It's death to do. Get your copy of the book, yo. It's waiting on you. Digital download.
All right. We back.
Digital download. It's coming straight to you. Digital download. Hold on real quick. Let me see. See what Rob wants.
Hebrew. We care about even the African systems that talks about food right here, who look like a big fat roundhead Urkel. Yes, I'm saying it. How is he gonna tell us, anybody at all, that West Africa was empty? So who did the Arabs go to? The Arabs got records. So what are you talking about? Nobody was there. So who was they beating up when it was going through Africa? Talking about. I think I'm going to launch my book that same weekend, family. That's going to be lovely. Perfect opportunity. 100-man team, book. All right. We got 74.
He announced publicly what he was going to do. They knew what Malcolm X was, but Malcolm X still announced that he was going to go to New York. And guess what? You know, and that was his last place. And I mean, and that goes on down the list. Noble Drew, it goes on down the list.
Yeah, but it depends on.
Hold on.
Yeah, I think it depends on the position. So in their position, they positioned themselves as being the spokesman for the leader of liberation against the oppressors, wherever the hell they at. So once you put yourself on that stage, that's a problem. They don't. They didn't care about the religious niggas, because all you doing is talking some bullshit. You doing a little shit. No,
civics and religion wasn't there. Yeah, that was earlier. But when you start liberation, then it's a totally different topic.
Whenever you get the people to get behind you, that's the first rule of guerrilla warfare.
Correct. They don't like
the people behind you, and you providing the exact needs that they need. That is a problem.
Right.
So they're like, oh,
and they will come after you for that.
Yeah, they were like, all right.
But that shouldn't make us scared. That shouldn't make us stop.
Yeah, but look what happened now.
to be sick. All right, I just want to say that.
Indoctrination, where we become consumers and we're just happy with whatever. They taught us to not think as a whole. They taught us to think of as individuals. So whatever you do individually, fuck everybody else. This is how everybody thinks, bro.
Records of their individual family members, we will see how they benefited from their grandfathers and great-great-grandfathers socially.
When you travel out this country, when you travel out of here, I'm like 6'5", so I'm always, you a basketball player or you a rapper, because
stereotypes are created.
I'm like, damn, but this is across the border, bro.
Now, media, when you look, I see what article comes up talking about. All right, thank you, Hebrew.
Blackface people lead the history. Those were the people that used to make fun of. Then it switched to us, and we became the top. The first gangster music that speaks.
This old, but Rob Bourne, you know, kind of walk him down in this conversation, educate dude, but it was kind of crazy.
Maybe for good reason. Okay?
I got why you not pressing the button, my nigga? Why you ain't pressing the button?
I got everything I need.
Go back and look and go back and look at the actual manuscript where it's showing you his letters, and it's showing you him writing back and forth, and you see it. So I guess they made that up, right?
Who wrote that?
This is him writing. Go look at it.
This is him writing. Who told you that?
Yo, go look at it.
You see, the conspiracy. This is how they try to get us. Who told you that?
So the museum is right.
Yep, I'll go with the primary. You got.
Oh, that's the primary. A museum is primary.
Yes, that had the actual. That had the actual.
You ain't no researcher. You ain't no researcher.
Okay, what is a primary?
How a museum a primary?
No, what is a primary document?
I ain't gonna embarrass you like that.
You can't embarrass me. You sound crazy right now.
I mean, it's gonna hurt your heart.
Dude, you just sat here and said there was no people in the kitchen.
I just sat here and told you
said there was no people in Ouagadougou. There was no people in Sierra Leone before the French people.
Okay. Rob, he said there was a document. He said there was a document that stated.
The point is that
so you gotta understand what he was saying.
He gave me a book.
He was saying there was a document that stated that information.
Whenever I say something, right?
So he can't.
Him, no, whenever I say something to him, or whenever I said something to you, I gave it to you so you can go look it up. Did I not do that the whole time?
And I looked it up. And I told you it was published in 2006.
Right. They've been dropping sources.
The publishing is in 2006, but the letters is not. They're not just gave you the manuscript.
Who wrote the letter?
Yo, he wrote the letters.
Who?
According to what they found. This is his.
We're trying to figure out who is telling this story, bro. That's what you're not answering that.
I'm answering it for Kofi himself.
I know. Okay, just don't leave it alone, Dave. Just leave it.
The whole point of you bringing up Paul Cuffey was why? Why did you bring Paul Cuffey? Oh, because you were saying that he basically I'm telling you that.
Hold on, let me stop the show for a second. Uncle Suge, Garfield is blocking you because you violated. Okay? There's no coming back from that. Me and you was always cool. You violated and you are wrong. Telling and try to make comments like it's all good. No, it's not all good.
As close to a primary document as possible.
He wrong right there. It's more than
No, I'm talking about when you dealing with writing. So when we dealing with writing, I'm asking a question and I'm like, okay, where is this? How do we find out about Paul Cuffey? I read a book on him, read another book. Oh shit, he got letters. Who's he writing? He writes to James Fortin, he writing Allen, he writing these people. I was like, okay, so where I find this primary, I have to see exactly what he said. Because when you read a book, it'll give you an excerpt, and then it give you, no, I want to see the whole letter. Where's the foundation at? So then I go to that primary. Then once I go there, I can't go no more because there's nothing else for me to go. Where else are you gonna go?
Who told you that?
Where else are you
find out where they got the information from?
Exactly, and they tell you where they found them at. And unless you say
this fool said you can go beyond the primary. Does he not understand that the primary is the end all be all? It's the actual writings from the motherfuckers who's writing it during that time. Listen, man. The jig is up. Get your copy, yo. Get your copy. Y'all tripping right now. It's 38 people in the chat. I know everybody ain't got their copy yet. Thomas, Oklahoma, get you and your buddies. Hit that link. Get y'all a copy, yo. Support the work. We refuting this bullshit that he pushing. He trying to move y'all out the way. We refuting this shit. Support the work. 4 years ago was this conversation. And he's still saying the same shit 4 years ago. We can't make this shit up, bro. There ain't no making it up. There ain't no making it up. So yo, so I wanna say something real quick. There was a sister who hit us up on they got 2 copies. And I don't know why she got 2 copies, but she did. She got 2 copies. And she wants to come on board and she wants to talk about her DNA, genealogy, etc. So I'm going to arrange an opportunity to be able to speak with her on the show. And I'm going to get her on the show and let her know what we can do. She did leave a number, so we'll end up contacting her. But her message says this. I'm not going to say who the sister is, but her message says, can't wait to read this. Also, I would like to do a show with you all showcasing my DNA, genealogy, and genetics. Science and DNA are correct, and the Abos, fake Hebrews, and fake Moors are spreading false claims about genetics. They need to be stopped, especially when it comes to disrespecting our ancestors and their legacy. Thank you. That's a message to me. To the sister who wrote that message. Listen. Hit me up when you're ready. We can make it happen. Facts. $5, bro. $4.99. Get your copy of the book. Refuting Dame Calloway. It's that simple. It's out. It's out. And I can show you where they selling books for $60, $70, $80, $100. This article, I call it an article. Kofi laughed and said it's a book. But this article, it's 91 pages. 91 pages. And it's refuting Dane Calloway. It ain't no gaps in pages, none of that stuff. I got compliments from people earlier about the way that the document, that the article was written. I'm taking all criticisms. It's 91 pages, bro. It's an article. Some people say it's a book. Now, listen, I'm saying this now. I'm gonna put it to you like this. You better get it while you can get it right now at $4.99. I'm gonna say it one more time. For those of you who are watching the replay or in the chat, get it while you can get it for $4.99. Because all I gotta do is click another button and it turns into a book, and then it's gonna be valued at a different price. So I'm doing this for the people because I know I can turn it into a book. It's already got the length. All I have to do is go back in there, change 2 pages, write my introduction, my acknowledgments, do my chapter reviews, add my chapter reviews with their page number. So really like 3 or 4 pages. I add 3 or 4 pages, making it like 95 pages, all of it being at the beginning of the book, making sure everything else is lined up. Put my ISBN, because we got ISBNs already. Put my ISBN on there. Boom. Out as a book, no longer available at $4.99. Straight up. No cap. So I'm giving people an opportunity to be able to get the digital copy for $4.99. I ain't trying to steal nothing from nobody, rob Peter to pay Paul, none of that. $4.99. You may not even read books, but I am telling you now, if you get this digital copy, you will read it, because you need to know what Dane is saying in his book and what the reply is, or what the evidence is saying that he don't stand a chance with. So I'm telling y'all, get the book. It's licensed. It's copywritten. Oh, yeah. So yeah, you make some, you do whatever you want to do if you want to. We coming. I'm coming. Get this. It's available. It's out. No more lies from Dan Calloway, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to everybody who's been on there today purchasing their books. Those of you who are at the checkout right now, shout out to y'all. And y'all know who I'm talking about. Y'all know who I'm talking about. I already know Big Up Virginia. I already know Big Up Virginia. So Big Up Virginia to my brother. Yeah. You ain't even have to put that. I already knew who you was. Get y'all copies. It's gonna be like that. Like for real, like facts. Like, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna make it happen. Get your copy, man. It's out. I put some work in it, man. I gave you access. And listen, with the digital copy, the benefit of the digital copy is the fact that the sources that are used in this, you can grab those sources, right? You can pull them up and verify them and look for yourself. Shout out to whoever just grabbed the book. I just got a little notification. Shout out to you. You know, I'm keeping y'all names private. You know what I'm saying? I don't want nobody stalking y'all. So shout out to you. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it, sister. Appreciate whoever in the checkout right now. Trust me. You know what I mean? Your purchase, well deserved. You know what I mean? I'm not doing nothing with this. The funds that are involved in this book are directly generated toward this website that we have to pay for, that keeps all of our books up and advertising and all of that. That's where all of this is going to. So it's being reinvested back into being able to continue to do research, continue to do everything that we need to make ourselves available to help our people move forward. Period, point blank. Period, point blank. And then hopefully some of you will come back to the website just to kind of snoop around the website and see what other things that we have that we offer on the web. Yeah, Callie, I seen you. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate it. Somebody else from the West Coast just copped the book too. Yep. Somebody else just did. So shout out to y'all. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. But nah, none of this is going in my pocket at all. So, you know what I'm saying? Your contributions are helping pay the bills and of this site and keeping opportunities available for us to keep doing the work. And I know a lot of people don't like me. I understand that. I piss people off. I get that. But the truth ain't got no friends. So I want y'all to think about that. The truth ain't got no friends. So what am I trying to be too friendly for? You know what I'm saying? I'm a lot of things to a lot of people, it seems. But I'm gonna tell the truth. You're gonna get this truth. You're gonna get this truth. Yeah, it's going down like that. It's going down like that. So yeah, man. So we really appreciate everybody supporting us. Oh, okay, Black. Well, I didn't want to say your name. I didn't want to say your name over the stream, but I appreciate you, Black Adam. Like, for real. I appreciate all of y'all, actually. But yeah, man. It's 91 pages, and I didn't want to do no 200 or 300 page book. That's intimidating to a lot of people that don't read books. So 91 pages is not daunting. You can read it in a week. And the reason you can read it like that is because some of Dane Calloway's chapters ain't nothing but 2 or 3 pages. And really 3 or 4 of those chapters in his book is really one chapter, according to the one source that he used to extract all the information out of. And if you just kind of thumb through what I have there, you're going to see that there's a lot of plagiarism. Well, I don't want to put my conclusions on anyone. So when you read it for yourself, you're going to realize there are some grammatical errors, but they're not pointed out. But there are some other issues that I could have did some pettiness on, but I didn't. But you're going to realize that there's a lot of plagiarism. There's no in-text citations. I didn't really harp on his bibliography because he's missing sources in the bibliography if he is saying according to the National Archives. If he is saying according to the National Archives, we have the book. He can't retract that. There's not one source in the bibliography that comes from the National Archives. So, yeah, get your copy, yo. It's $4.99. I'm telling y'all, when it's packaged up as a book, it's gonna be about $15 more. It's gonna be a dub, and I don't want a dub from people. I want everybody to get the $4.99 copy, get the digital download, enjoy it, read it, understand it. And even the abos, like, see, here's the thing about the Aboriginal community, right? Here's the thing about the Aboriginal community. We got Top Cat's books. We got Dane Calloway's books. We're reading the people that you garner as teachers. We're reading their published works. We're even purchasing and reading these people's books. Ali Muhammad. We're reading the books. Y'all won't even read our books, but you would argue with us for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours a day for 365 days out the year and never read our work. That's how biased you are. In the words of P and F, y'all are biased. Y'all are biased. So we really, you know what I'm saying? We read both sides of the argument because methodologically, that's how you do your work. You have to read both sides of the argument. So you can find yourself down the middle of the road, not on either side of the argument, and doing what needed to be done. Period, point blank. Period, point blank. So get your copy of the book, yo. It's on the screen. I got the link in the chat. I'm dropping the link again for those of you who are looking for the link. It's also in the description of this particular video. So for those of you who are catching the replay, the chat will be live on the replay, but it also will be in the description of the video, along with all the other sources that I have demonstrated in this video. And this is a very long video, so I don't know how many people gonna watch this whole thing all the way through. It might get some people through their day, or if they break it up into little segments where they can capture some information here and there. But the work and the information is there, and everything isn't going against anything. So, like, for real, y'all, get your copy. I guarantee, and it's coming right now. You ain't even gotta wait for it. You can get that work right now and get to reading it. You be done by Friday. You get it now, you be done by Friday, you turn around, and guess what? You're gonna be that much more smarter. Not only are you gonna be that much more smarter, you're gonna be prepared. You're gonna be prepared. So yeah, man, let's continue to keep making it happen. Support, support, support. We need your support. I've been doing a lot of free work. Look at all the presentations. I ain't asked nobody for nothing. Yeah, I've dropped some books in the past, but it was only to educate and move our people forward. Everything that I do is to move our people forward. Off topic. Mo looking for some food ideas for her or maybe show. Yeah, I know. I was in her chat when she was working out, and I told her all she got to do is hit me up, and we will. Is she live again right now? But I told her that we would. All she got to do is hit me up. I'll text her. I mean, yeah, I already put some stuff on Facebook, you know what I'm saying, with the food stuff. Yeah, I put some food stuff on there. So she should be but yeah. I already told Mo. Mo just gotta let me know. We make it happen. Yeah, we make it happen. Get it in. Check this out right here. African women brought 3 rice cultivation never mind. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just read the story that I'm about to put on the Mossy community page. That's all you do. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I got you. Y'all want to talk slick? All right. I'm going to show you how it go. I need your help, though. I really need y'all to get this book. Get this article. So everybody who purchased it, put it on your social medias. I ain't got Instagram. I'm not on Instagram. Put it on Instagram, TikTok, whatever the case may be. Let's see if we can generate some buzz around it. You know what I mean? And we handle our business like G's. We handle our business like G's, and we get through this thing. Straight up. Which I want not a coincidence on here to argue. So what I'm about to put on the day post on the Mossy, I need y'all to share that shit too. A share don't cost you a dime, yo. Help us. I'm over here trying to fight the elbows, y'all. I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm over here trying to fight the elbows. What's this dude name? Supreme Pseudo. That's his name, Supreme Pseudo. Supreme Pseudo. And the research guy, you ain't got no published work. So you just on the internet. You just on the internet talking shit. Making up shit. But you're gonna get your issue too. Yeah, your time coming. That's why you stay away. You and all them dudes. A1, you really stay away because you scared. I done punked you out. You just throw rocks and hide your hands. Call me out my name and all that on your shows. But you scared though. Topcat's the only one been over here. And he was on the most pseudo-ish shit ever. I done came over there. I done been on y'all platforms. Disguised up and all that. Y'all ran from me. Let me play my commercial real quick. Hold up 1 second.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, don't you? I see what I'm saying. No.
I just think timing is everything. Like, nigga, this it. This one right here. That ain't easy. Just stay motivated. Stay inspired. I owe it to myself. Stay down on it. And it ain't been hard throughout the journey. It's been a journey.
Hello, my niggas. Hello, my niggas. Please keep it mellow, my nigga. Stop sipping yellow, my nigga. You itching and twitching and glitching, my nigga. Listen, my nigga. Snakes in your circle and them bitches hissing, my nigga. My nigga don't listen. One thing I hate about my nigga, so I just pray about my nigga. Nigga is hard. Niggas done gave up on God. Maybe God gave up on us. Maybe she angry we worshiping all these false idols, so devils just praying on us. This for the junkie, the fiend, and the loser. Praying to God in the back of a cruiser. I pray that prison can cure your addiction and devil's affliction don't hurt you no more.
Yeah, come on, man. Come on, man.
Yeah. This is Black History, so I dropped this shit in February. I had to do it, man. I swear this shit so necessary. I'm like an old piece of fresh cheese. Nigga, I'm so legendary. I used to play the corner like the secondary, but somewhere deep beneath my mind there was a treasure buried. Instead of rapping about them pistols that you never carried, tell them how them folks will hide your ass the February. Our daddy's in the chain gang, so it's.
Come on, man. Y'all don't want this work. Y'all don't want this work, bro. We're gonna stop right there, man. Y'all don't want this work. Y'all don't want this work, bro. Like, for real. Y'all don't want this work, bro. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Y'all don't. I know y'all don't. I'm talking to the elbows. Y'all do not. Y'all don't know smoke, bro. I don't want to deal with real information. You know y'all don't want to deal with real information. Because y'all cowards. Hold on 1 second. All right, so let me do myself a favor, man. Let me do myself a favor. I'm gonna leave y'all with this.
Now you see now, you done fucked up and got them. I see what I'm saying. No.
I just think timing is everything. Like me.
We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing. And to understand it, there's 200 years of history you're going to have to look at. 1400 to 1600. It's the major turning point in world history. At the end of these 200 years, the world would never, ever be the same again. Europe had come out of its bag. It had rescued itself at our expense. It had learned longitude and latitude again. Had learned how to handle ships. They had, in their search for Asia and the spices and the sweets of Asia, they had discovered Africa en route, the greater prize. We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing.
Big guy, I got the game in the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch die. Black dot, repping the team, repping the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Big guy, I got the game in the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch die. Black dot, repping the team, repping the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Yeah. It's been a hell of a run. I done bagged all of the women I wanted to bag. I probably should slow down and settle with one. Probably should hit up my mama and tell her my problem. She always wanna pray for her son. Tell her I got it, it's nothing your God could do for me. I feel much more safe with a gun. Look what I've done, just look at what I've become. They thought I was stuck